second thing is
The key challenges revolve around making sustainable software development cost effective and resulting in products that are of high quality and that can effectively fulfill user needs. These challenges are far from trivial, but India as a nation is able to meet up to these challenges and lead the world into a greener and better future.
We should talk about India for any sports, for football, tennis, for rugby, for basketball, for volleyball. It's not the culture, but I'm sure there is great sports development possible for India. Maybe by the organization of world sports events, but maybe there is also ways just by teaching these young Indian people to practice sports, cricket and other ones, so that India can be seen and can develop economically, socially through sports.
G20 platform, one of several international platforms where big economies coordinate their interests. In politics, especially in international politics, there is a German term, Realpolitik. If we wanted to translate it, we would say in English like it is realistic, pragmatic politics of pursuing countries' own interests. Well, despite Realpolitik being the essence of G20, of this club, the global world economy or world order and countries' interests are becoming more and more intertwined and interrelated. And I'm working now for an Indian country, and it's the pure example of what is supposed to be G20 summit heritage, because you will have a role in sustainable development, but also peaceful and economic development, and you'll be the spokesman for all the global south and this heritage. Such as me, okay, I'm a Canadian living in France, and my heritage now is to share as ambassador for Paris 2020, okay, the volunteer programs.
To reach one of the top 5 of the world. And for this, I believe that the human capital is the greatest resource that India has, which made it play that role. The human capital which helped into creating people, thinkers, innovators, doctors, engineers, of course, engineers, especially engineers, technicians, technology. And this role that India has played by focusing on the human capital is what we need to sustain today.
Like I said, I'm teaching sports economics, and seeing the involvement of India in sports management also shows their commitment to global. Sports is one of the most global industries. I think this kind of commitment to sustainable development and also work peace, which is needed.
Therefore, India's presidency is likely to center on an inclusive and equitable post-pandemic recovery with these experiments. And the G20 global leaders declaration reaffirms its commitment to the shared goal of inclusive growth, innovation, job creation, and sustainable development, as well as supporting the global economies resilience and the recovery following COVID-19 and despite global supply chain disruptions. This provides an excellent foundation for advocating for collaboration among governments, the business sector, and other stakeholders to develop resilient and sustainable global value chains.
After visiting this beautiful country, India, feels so much history and culture, witnessing the potential of the natural environment and the human capital, I felt that its most challenging while promising target of the G20 summit this year is sustainable development. There are so many dimensions where diversity and marginalization are so profound and in need of decisive and generous policies here, that the problem seems to the eyes of the observer like a cubic meter size Rubik's cube.
No nation can take on the presidency better than India because India can speak from first-hand experience. A summit that focuses on the role of sustainable energy and global peace and economic development finds the ideal home, the ideal representative in India. It is for this reason that I unequivocally believe that India will give this summit the best voice in covering all its topics.
من أجل المساعدة على تحقيق أهداف مجموعة ال20 فقد دعا رئيس الوزراء مودي بالإضافة إلى بنغلاديش ومصر وموريشيوس وهولندا ونيجيريا وعمان وسنغافورة وإسبانيا والإمارات العربية المتحدة كدول ضيفة. دعا التحالف الدولي للطاقة الشمسية والتحالف من أجل هياكل سياسية قادرة على التكيف مع الكوارث بالإضافة إلى عنصر التنمية الأساسية. سنضيف هذه الدعوة بالتأكيد بعداً جديداً لمجموعة ال20 يساعدها على تحقيق أهدافها الطموحة والشاملة والحاسمة، وذلك أخلاص تحقيق شعارها أرض واحدة، عائلة واحدة، مستقبل واحد.
India can definitely bring its unique experiences and strengths to the table, such as its focus on sustainable agriculture and rural development, its commitment to renewable energy and efforts to tackle climate change, and its extensive network of microfinance institutions that support small and medium enterprises. Overall, India's active participation and leadership in the G20 can help drive the global efforts of sustainable development and secure a better future for all. One can take lessons from a multi-ethnic and multilingual state that has been suffering from a severe crisis and poverty for a large segment of its population, yet managed to overcome these obstacles and joined the G20 to take its share of the global economy.
Leaders. So, one Earth, one family, one future. It's much more than just a slogan. It has to be. It's a philosophy that's as ancient as it is holistic. Its wisdom speaks of harmony between ourselves, nature, and nations. However, the world is facing existential challenges.
Shall I start? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak, we welcome you all to the G20 Summit. It's with great honor and privilege that we host G20 Summit with panel discussion on matters of paramount importance, especially in the backdrop of India's presidency at the G20.
On 1st December 2022, India assumed the presidency of G20 from Indonesia. This event marked the start of the unprecedented opportunity that India has received to resolve global economic issues. As the leader of G20, India can bring nations closer through its traditionally enshrined soft power and by looking at the world through the lens of sustainable development and move towards this year's theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future.
The Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak, is an institute of national importance as per the IIM Act. Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak, is now a top management institute in India, producing leading management scholars and future business leaders. IIM Rohtak is honored to host the summit today on the theme Preponderance of India Wisdom in VUCA World, with 4 panel discussions on the topics including world economic development, sustainability, leveraging India's soft power, and reducing legal complexities globally.
Today, we are honored to have with us the Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana, Shri Manohar Lal, Honorable Member of the Parliament, Dr. Satyapal Singh, Honorable Justice Adarsh Kumar Goyal, Chairman, National Green Tribunal, Dipendra Singh Desi, the Chief Secretary of Haryana, and Professor Dheeraj Sharma, the Honorable Director, IIM Rohtak.
We would also like to extend our gratitude and warm regards to all the dignitaries for taking out their valuable time and joining us here today.
We would now like to commence this event with our auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, by the dignitaries. I humbly request the Honorable Chief Guest and the other dignitaries to come upon the dais and kindly light the lamp and mark the beginning of this event. Thank you so much, respected dignitaries.
I would now request Professor Dheeraj Sharma, Director IIM Rohtak, to felicitate and welcome our guests with token of respect and gratitude. Sir, we request you to kindly welcome our chief guest, Shri Manohar Lal. Sir, we request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Satyapal Singh, Honorable Member of Parliament. I now request Professor Sharma to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Adarsh Kumar Goyal, the Chairman, National Green Tribunal. So we request you to kindly felicitate Dipendra Singh Desi, IAS, former Principal Secretary to Chief Minister, Haryana. Thank you, sir. We now humbly request you to kindly deliver the welcome note.
Namaste. Good afternoon. It is with great pleasure and honor I welcome our Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana, Shri Manohar Lal, who has been a constant supporter not just of our institution, but has embarked the state of Haryana on a growth trajectory which remains enviable for every other place, not just in our country, but various institutions, various places abroad. National Capital Region has got a GDP of about $400 billion, which by many estimates is twice the size of the GDP of Pakistan. So you can imagine the size of the National Capital Region's GDP. And amongst them, one of the biggest contributors in terms of GDP is the state of Haryana, particularly the district of Gurgaon. This demonstrates that the activity which happens here has got an international implication. Even the smallest possible effort, smallest possible change in this district of Haryana has got international implications. That is why we have this G20 event. As you all know, G20, 19 countries plus European Union together account for about 75% of the global economic activity, 60% of the global land, and also nearly 62% of the global trade. By having this event under the proficient leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, we would like to send the message to the educational institutions such as ours and others to demonstrate in their educational institutions the importance of India's presidency of G20 and how India can play an important role through regional relationships, through international relationships on the four major parts of G20. Number one, economic growth. Number two, climate change. Number three, global stability. And number four, very important, which is sustainability. On all these four fronts, there are massive plans available, and over the course of 2 days, we will have discussions on the same. I again want to express my extreme gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Justice Shri Adarsh Goyal, who is Chairman of National Tribunal, which leads the sustainability effort in our country, and Chief Principal Secretary Shri Desi. I'm grateful that they have all come here to speak and convey their message, which I hope will get a more resounding, more reflective, and will research and provide research outcomes for various individuals, various policy forums. Again, sir, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Today, we're honored to have with us Shri Dipendra Singh Desi, the Chief Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister, Haryana. Shri Dipendra Singh Desi is the Chief Principal Secretary to the CM of Haryana. During his 37 years of service, he has served as the Administrative Secretary of many departments. He has also worked in the Chief Minister's Secretariat from 1996 to 2003. He had a stint of 4.5 years in the Department of Commerce, Government of India, where he worked as the Joint Secretary and Additional Secretary dealing with trade issues of Africa and West Asia. He has an amazing knowledge of the working of the power sector as well. As the Chairman of HERC, his focus is on improving transparency, efficiency, and redressal of consumer grievances. I now request the Honorable Chief Principal Secretary to the Government of Haryana, Shri Dipendra Singh Desi, to address the gathering.
The Honorable Chief Minister Shri Manohar Lal ji, Shri Satyapal Singh ji, Member of Parliament, Justice Adarsh Goyal, the Chairman of the National Green Tribunal, members of the Diplomatic Corps present here, and distinguished dignitaries. As we are all aware, this year is particularly significant for India. Rather, it's a milestone in the foreign policy of India and its relations with the rest of the world, that we've got the unique distinction of having the presidency of the G20. The government of India has planned to make this presidency, to utilize this as an opportunity to interact with the rest of the world and to play a leading role in addressing the issues confronting the world today. The events, apart from the multilateral events where India will be playing host to the members of the G20, the opportunity to play host to an event which is planned to be held in early March. As you would be aware, and as mentioned by the Director IIM, Haryana, though very small in size, occupies a very significant position on the national map. We have, under the dynamic leadership of our Chief Minister, over the last 8 years, Haryana has been playing a leading role in implementing many unique initiatives. And if I were to just mention one or two of them, the one most prominent is that of the Parivar Pehchan Patra, where perhaps for the first time, not only in India, but perhaps in the entire world, a unique family identity is being created, whereas normally you have an individual identity. And using this as a platform, we are going ahead to implement various programs for the benefit of the public. In the coming months, we will have the opportunity of playing host to our guests from abroad. And I would like to take this opportunity to particularly extend a warm welcome to the delegates who will come here from these countries and to the representatives of the diplomatic corps who are present here on behalf of those countries, that Haryana will leave no stone unturned to make their visit to Haryana and to India a memorable event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your stimulating words.
We are also very fortunate to have with us today Honorable Mr. Justice Adarsh Kumar Goel, Chairman, National Green Tribunal. Honorable Justice Mr. Adarsh Kumar Goel is the former judge of the Supreme Court of India and has been serving the chairperson of the National Green Tribunal since 2018. He has also served as the Chief Justice of Odisha High Court and the Guwahati High Court. He has also been the judge of the Punjab and Haryana High Court and the acting Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court. I would now request Honorable Mr. Justice Adarsh Kumar Goel, Chairman, National Green Tribunal, to address the gathering.
Good evening to all present. Honorable Shri Manohar Lal Khattar, Chief Minister, Haryana. Shri Satyapal Ji, Member Parliament and former Police Commissioner. Shri Dhesi Ji, former Chief Secretary and Principal Secretary to Chief Minister. All other dignitaries, students, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first compliment IIM Rohtak for organizing this very important talk on preponderance of Indian wisdom in VUCA world. I think it's a very important topic which you're organizing, and in the context of G20 presidency of India. Perhaps the topic was earlier slightly different, but I agree this is a much better topic and much important topic. And I was also not understanding what is VUCA, I just now found out. And the VUCA is a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So if there is Indian wisdom, I don't know how this world will survive. This world will survive, VUCA. Once there is an Indian wisdom, there can neither be any volatile, uncertain, complex, or ambiguous things at all. Because wisdom is like light. If the light comes, there can't be any darkness. So VUCA represents darkness, and Indian wisdom is the light. So once that light is there, I'm sure, once this light comes, and this is coming, when you are having this G20, and Haryana is a premier state, as you know. It's a beginning of the civilization here, Indus Valley civilization. All these diggings, etc., have established this is oldest civilization thousands of years ago. And we have Chief Minister Shri Manohar Lal Khattar, one of the best possible leaders the country has produced in providing leadership. And I'm sure under his leadership, there'll be great contribution to the world thought system. Let me very, very briefly, I don't want to take more time because we are going to have speech of Shri Satyapal ji, who is Lok Sabha member and former police commissioner, and also the Chief Minister, whom we are all eagerly waiting. Why this VUCA is there? What is this ambiguity? And why you need Indian wisdom? Yes, I think this is highly relevant. There is no doubt that VUCA is there as at present, because without VUCA, the world will not be as you find today. See the situation in Russia and Ukraine, how people are fighting, how much destruction is taking place. What else it is if it is not VUCA? See the situation in our neighboring country in Pakistan. See the situation in Afghanistan. I'm also going to mention briefly, without meaning any disrespect to any thought system or any country. I'm only mentioning the facts which are well known and which call for international debate, discussion, and international fora like G20 is. We have been calling advanced world, third world, etc., etc. But these are all creation of some minds, some thinkers, because for them, this is the most advanced. But that's a subjective thing. There is a debatable whether if you or your GDP is high, then you are away from VUCA. If a high GDP could solve all the problems, will you need any wisdom from India? No, because India's GDP is not high. It is a growing economy, as we call it, or maybe it's doing well. But then the thinking, perhaps in some quarters, is limited to economic matters. That itself is an issue on which Indian wisdom is required. It's not be all and end all if you have a lot of money, or if you have a lot of growth in GDP, in your GDP, it's not end of the matter. It's not solution to the problem. What is the solution? There has been, with high GDP in US, there has been slavery. There is unrest still. The comfort or money doesn't guarantee happiness. Alexander the Great, who wanted to conquer the world, when at the age of 26, when he died, the best doctors could not save him. So we all know he expressed 3 wishes. He says, my coffin should be carried by the doctors, my hand should be shown empty, and gold should be put on my dead body. Why? The message was clear. There is something divine, and human being can't do whatever he wants, however powerful he is. So power is not the end. Therefore, he could not save his life at the age of 26. He died. He had a lot of gold. The wealth could not save him. He had the best medical help available, could not save him. So therefore, what is it that can save? That is the debate, right? So is that value, what is the value of that wisdom which is going to save the world, which is going to bring peace and harmony? We have another communism system which was very popular, Russian Revolution, etc., etc. Marx, he said there is always haves and have-nots, right? There will be have-nots, will have to struggle and get their rights by fighting, okay, by bloody revolution, and finishing the haves and taking over from haves. What will happen? Recently, there was an article, Dr. Ambedkar wrote an article. He said, all right, implement it. Finish the have-nots. Have-nots become the haves. Then there will always be another have-nots. So will it not be a constant struggle? Is that a solution? So these have been the two major thought systems in the world. Britishers were ruling the whole world at one time. And where they are today, they are finding it difficult to save themselves. They are in crisis. And Indians who were exploited at that time, Shahid Bhagat Singh, who was hanged at the age of 23, was tried. He was fighting against exploitation. And he threw a bomb in the assembly. The bomb was not going to hurt anyone. The composition of bomb was like that. It did not hurt anyone. It only created noise and smoke, little smoke, to frighten and also to draw attention. So he was tried for attempt to murder. And he was convicted and given life sentence in Delhi. He was asked for what is your defense? He said, I have committed no offense. I am not afraid of any punishment which you may give me. I am fighting for justice. And why justice? Because people who are growing the corn for the world are being made to sleep hungry. Those who are constructing mansions for the world, big buildings, are made to live without any shelter. Those who are weaving clothes for the world are not given clothes to cover their body. Is it justice? This is not acceptable. This has to change. So I stand for revolution. Have I committed any crime? I designed the bomb myself. I have studied chemical engineering and chemical science. This is the chemical composition. Have it examined anyone? It can't even cause a simple hurt. So will you hold me guilty of attempt to kill? There's no attempt to kill. Nobody could have been killed by the bomb. Anyway, that's a different story. So this is exploitative thinking. I will rule the world. I will take over everything. This thinking needs counseling. And that counseling is provided by Indian wisdom. That I will fight, and there are two classes always. Therefore, one class will fight, or one class will rule and the other class will be ruled. This thinking needs to end, because Indian wisdom says harmony with everyone. You have no conflict with anyone. Everyone has to do his duty. Everybody will live happily. And our prayer is, Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu na kachit dukh bhag bhave. Very simple, but those who don't understand this language which I have spoken, is that let everyone be happy. Let everyone be healthy. And nobody should be unhappy or unhealthy. So that is universal happiness. If everyone can be made happy and I can contribute to them, that will give me happiness. So this is the brief thought, in my opinion, though I am not expert. So it is a matter of debate, but I'm glad you are holding this debate. And India is going to preside. India has got this G20 presidency, which is going to make a great change in world and make world prosperous and conflict-free. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. We're extremely grateful to have with us Dr. Satyapal Singh, the Honorable Member of Parliament. Dr. Satyapal Singh is a member of the Lok Sabha. He's currently a member of the Committee on Public Accounts, the Standing Committee on Home Affairs, the Consultative Committee, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and the General Purposes Committee, Lok Sabha. He has held respectable positions as the Commissioner of... Thank you, sir, for joining us today.
The Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana, Adhanini Shri Manohar Lal Khattar ji, Honorable Justice Shri Adarsh Kumar Goyal ji, Chairman National Green Tribunal, Shri D.S. Desi ji, Chief Principal Secretary to the CM of Haryana and former Chief Secretary, Professor Dheeraj Sharma, the Dynamic Director of IIM Rohtak, all the excellencies coming from different countries and embassies, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and young students. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor Dheeraj Sharma for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my views. And I must congratulate you for selecting this topic. In fact, when I entered this hall, I read this topic and I asked, as Justice Goyal was telling, I asked somebody, what does it mean? Because I did not receive your letter. Huh? About this buka. What is this buka? So I have explained that very volatile world, very uncertain world, very complex world, very ambiguous world. And what is the solution to this world? Yes, you are right that the Indian wisdom is the real solution for this kind of the world. And it is not now. The world has started recognizing it now. After our Honorable Prime Minister, he has transformed this country in the last about 9 years. The world at large has admitted, had recognized the Indian wisdom, its strength, the strength of its people, what they've done and what they've achieved. As Justice Goyal was telling, since thousands of years, thousands of years, we have believed though the symbol of this G20, we know the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one world, one family, and one future. Since time immemorial, we believe this. Bhavati Viswam Ek Needam. The whole world just like a nest. Loka samasta sukhina bhavantu. Let the whole world be happy. Whole world be happy. And how is it possible? the Indian wisdom gave the message. And what was the message? Message was the most fundamental thing. If you want to be happy in life, if you want to have a prosperous society, if you want to have a peace in the world, what is the message? Message is Manurbhav. Manurbhav. Let us build the human being. We have all the planning in the world. For small things, we have the planning. We have to organize this conference. We have the planning. Prabhat Dheeraj Sharma must have started one month back or 15 days back. We want to build roads. We want to build hospitals and schools. We have the planning for everything. But we have ignored one fundamental thing. And what is that fundamental thing? What is the message of Indian wisdom? Don't ignore human being. You have to create good human being. Whether we have the good doctors or good engineers, good doctors, good CAs, good professors, but the most fundamental thing, how to have good human beings. If you have the good human beings, you won't face this kind of problem. You are in Gurugram, you are in Delhi. Many of you, some of our colleagues, our police commissioner is sitting here. Whatever the numbers of the murders we have in the cities, number of the murders, we have 6 times suicides on an average. Families are breaking. Why there are so many wars going on in the world? So many of tensions. Because we have forgotten the Indian message, Indian wisdom. Indian wisdom starts with the planning of the human being, and Indian wisdom starts, and it elevates us to what is the real attributes of the God. We believe in a God. What kind of the God? We believe whatever you do, you are going to face the consequences. It can never be forgiven. It cannot be forgotten. Justice is there. There is an ultimate justice. And the message of the Indian wisdom is Kevalago Bhavati Kevaladi. Our Vedas says Kevalago Bhavati Kevaladi. जो अकेला खाता है वो पाप खाता है, जो अकेला खाता है वो पाप खाता है. इसलिए believe in this world and world family and one future. I think time is too short to speak. They give me only 5 minutes. And professor was telling finish in 2 minutes. So I am grateful to him. Sir, protocol does not allow, sir. Sir, on such topic I speak for hours. I can speak for hours, 1 hour, 2 hours. But because time is too short in the inaugural session, I must thank you very much. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Without further ado, I think without consuming more time, I will introduce our next speaker, who is the chief guest for the event, Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana. Sir, under your leadership, the state has progressed. We are a witness to that progress, and we are a contributor to that progress. Sir was the first time MLA in the history of Haryana, first time MLA becoming a chief minister, first time a chief minister from the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party. But more importantly, what I have come to know, I have had the distinct privilege of spending some time with sir. His understanding of the ground is uncomparable. You cannot compare it. When we talk about a scheme, he is able to understand, and some of the greatest initiatives in our country, particularly Parivar Pehchan Patra, particularly our health mission, particularly developments in the land and revenue, and particularly more so importantly, more recently attracting more investment to our great state. Sir, we welcome you to deliver your address. Thank you very much.
मित्रों, ठीक कहा हमारे डायरेक्टर IIM रोहतक धीरेज शर्मा जी ने, एक अनुभवहीन व्यक्ति को मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया गया और आज 8 साल के बाद वो सारी बातें याद कर रहे हैं ये लोग। अनुभव तो था, लेकिन जैसा सामान्यतया राजनीति में होता आया है, पहले रहता रहा है, उस प्रकार का अनुभव नहीं था। व्यवस्थाओं को ठीक करना, समाज की सेवा करना, इसका अनुभव बहुत पुराना था और मुझे काम आ रहा है। मंच पर विराजमान हमारे NGT के चेयरमैन जस्टिस आदर्श कुमार गोयल जी, मेंबर पार्लियामेंट डॉक्टर सत्यपाल सिंह जी, चीफ प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी श्री DS देसी जी, IIM रोहतक के हमारे डायरेक्टर श्री धीरज शर्मा जी, उपस्थित महानुभाव, बहुत ही आज प्रसन्नता का विषय है कि इस समय भारतवर्ष को G20 का ये जो सम्मेलन है, इसकी अध्यक्षता करने का अवसर मिला है। यह न केवल हर्ष का विषय है, बल्कि हमारे लिए एक सम्मान का विषय है, क्योंकि दुनिया आखिर पहचान करने में बहुत देर नहीं कर सकती। अतीत में भारतवर्ष विश्वगुरु रहा है, लेकिन कालांतर में कुछ समय के लिए हमने अपना गौरव खोया भी था, और वो गौरव खोया इसलिए था कि विचारों में जो हमारे सिद्धांत हैं, उनके अंदर कहीं ना कहीं दुनिया के साथ हमारा एक मतभेद था। दुनिया अभी तक जो फैलाववादी एक्सपेशनिस्ट, जो अपने इन्वेडर्स बनकर के दुनिया के ऊपर राज करेंगे और ये कहेंगे कि ऐसा राज जिसमें कभी सूर्य अस्त नहीं होता, इस प्रकार का शासन भी दुनिया में लोगों ने देखा, लेकिन उन्होंने अपने तरीके अलग अलग अपनाए हैं। हमारा वो तरीका नहीं रहा है। हमारा तरीका है कि हम दुनिया का मार्गदर्शन तो कर सकते हैं, दुनिया में अपनी अच्छी बातों को बता सकते हैं, लेकिन इन्वेडर बनकर के कहीं दुनिया के किसी देश पर हम हमला करेंगे, युद्ध करेंगे, ऐसा संभव नहीं है। इसलिए हमारी अपनी जो ताकत है, उस ताकत के आधार पर आज दुनिया में कितने ही प्रकार के संकट जो दिखाई दे रहे हैं, जिसके बारे में भारतवर्ष की ओर विश्व के सब लोग देख रहे हैं, और हमने उसमें से रास्ता निकाला भी है। बहुत चीजों का रास्ता निकाल भी रहे हैं, चाहे वो खाद्यान्न की बात है, आर्थिक मंदी की बात है, आतंकवाद का दानव है, चाहे उसमें कोविड जैसी महामारी, ये विषय सामने आया है। कितने विषयों पर हमने विजय पाई है, और न केवल विजय पाई है, जो जिनकी आवश्यकता है उनकी मदद भी की है, उनकी सहायता भी की है। दुनिया इस बात से हैरान परेशान भी है कि जब कोविड शुरू हुआ तो ऐसा जो बड़े बड़े देश, आर्थिक तौर पर संपन्न देश, उन्होंने शंका जाहिर की कि अगर सबसे ज्यादा कोविड का प्रभाव अगर कहीं पड़ेगा तो भारतवर्ष पर पड़ेगा। क्यों? आबादी बहुत है और हम उतने साधन संपन्न भी नहीं थे जितने कुछ और देश हैं। स्वाभाविक उनका शंका उनकी स्वाभाविक थी, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से उसमें से हम बाहर निकले हैं, और जैसे हमने 2 वैक्सीन इजाद की और दुनिया के उन देशों को जिनको जरूरत थी उनको भी सप्लाई की, अपने आप को भी बचाया, बहुत देशों को बचाया। आज दुनिया के लोग समझते हैं कि नहीं, भारतवर्ष में देयर इज पोटेंशियल, भारत के अंदर क्षमता है। हम अपनी क्षमताओं का जैसे जैसे दोहन कर रहे हैं, वैसे वैसे हमारी ताकत को और दुनिया जान रही है। आज का ये जो सम्मेलन है, इस सम्मेलन में बहुत प्रकार के विषय आएंगे। मुझे तो केवल इस एक सत्र के लिए आपके बीच में रहना है। मैं डॉक्टर सतपाल सिंह जी को कह रहा था कि भी आपका स्लॉट अगले सेशन में भी, इसलिए थोड़ा बचा के रखो कुछ। तो मुझे तो आपके बीच में थोड़ा समय रह करके अपनी कुछ जो भावनाएं व्यक्त करनी है वो ये है कि भारतवर्ष, इसके पास बहुत सा अतीत का ज्ञान आज ऐसा है। आज जैसा हम कहते हैं कि ये वूका शब्द जो प्रयोग किया, वोलेटिलिटी, अनसर्टेनिटी, कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी, एम्बिग्विटी, ये ठीक है कि भयावह स्थिति है कई जगह, लेकिन वूका को इस अर्थ में वूका में अगर लेंगे तो शायद भय बनेगा और एक अंधकार दिखाई देगा। लेकिन वूका का एक अलग, जिसको कहना चाहिए एक ऑप्टिमिस्टिक व्यू भी ये लिया जा सकता है। इसको, इस शब्दों को अलग प्रकार से भी गढ़ा जा सकता है कि वी नॉट ओनली स्टैंड्स फॉर वोलेटिलिटी बट इट स्टैंड्स फॉर विजन ऑल्सो। U not only stands for uncertainty, but it stands for understanding also. C not only stands for complexity, but it stands for clarity. And A not only stands for ambiguity, but it stands for agility also. स्पष्टता एकदम। तो हम इन चीजों पर देखने का तरीका बदलना चाहिए। एक कहावत है कि एक गिलास में आधा पानी था, तो सामने वाले पूछा कि हाँ, ये गिलास पानी के हिसाब से कैसा दिख रहा है, इसमें कुछ पानी है, आपको कैसा दिख रहा है, गिलास में कितना पानी है? तो एक व्यक्ति कहता है आधा गिलास खाली है, और वहीं दूसरा व्यक्ति कहता है आधा गिलास भरा हुआ है। चीज वही है, तथ्य तथ्य रहते हैं, लेकिन देखने का दृष्टिकोण ये बदल जाता है। तो हम अपने दृष्टिकोण के हिसाब से, हम अपने विजन के हिसाब से चीजों को कैसे आगे बढ़ाएंगे। हमारा इतिहास भरा पड़ा है। अगर हम देखते हैं गीता का सार, वो इस देश की एक ऐसी शिक्षा है। श्री कृष्ण ने युद्ध के मैदान में और ये जीवन जीने का सार ये बताया है। कहीं दुनिया में कोई और उदाहरण है कि युद्ध की तैयारी है, दो तरफ सेनाएं खड़ी हैं, युद्ध करना है कि नहीं करना है, ये बहस चली, लेकिन युद्ध करने का जो मोटिव बताया गया वो शांति स्थापित करना बताया गया। युद्ध करना है लेकिन शांति स्थापित करने नहीं करना है, अपने फैलाववादी दृष्टिकोण से नहीं करना है। तो युद्ध का भी विकल्प है, और कई बार हथियारों से युद्ध होता है, ऐसा नहीं है। युद्ध में अहिंसा को भी हथियार मान करके युद्ध जीता जाता है। महात्मा गांधी जी ने अहिंसा को हथियार माना और इस लड़ाई को जीता, देश को आजाद कराया। युद्ध करके शायद कोई सोच सकता था कि भी हम अंग्रेजों के साथ युद्ध करें, उनको हथियार उठाएं उनके खिलाफ, लेकिन नहीं, अहिंसा का हथियार, इसका उपयोग करके भी, और वो जो उठाया गया है ये अपने आप में एक उदाहरण है। तो मेरा तो कहना इतना ही है बहुत संक्षेप में कि हमको कोई डरना नहीं चाहिए। जब हम डरते हैं तो फिर उसमें से दुर्बलता आती है। भगवान कृष्ण ने गीता में कहा है कि हमको डरने की बजाय किसी अनिश्चितता होते हुए भी कर्म करना नहीं छोड़ना है। कर्मण्यवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन। अब कर्म करते रहो, फल आएगा, लेकिन फल के पीछे दौड़ो मत। कोई कर्म निष्फल जाता नहीं है, इसलिए किसी अच्छे उद्देश्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए आप कर्म करना ये मत छोड़िए। ये भी एक उन्हीं का बताया हुआ एक मार्ग है। जहां तक निडरता की बात है, उन्होंने उस समय कहा कि हमको निडर ये रहना चाहिए। यानी श्लोक गीता के 16वें अध्याय का पहला श्लोक है, वो क्या कहते हैं? अभयम सत्व संशुद्धिर ज्ञान योग व्यवस्थिता। निर्भय हो जा और जो उचित है वह करो। दानम दमस्य यज्ञश्च स्वाध्यायस्तप आर्जवम। अर्थात स्वाध्याय भी करो, आप दान भी करो, आप यज्ञ भी करो, उसमें से अपने आप आपको एक निर्भय होकर के काम करेंगे तो सफलता मिलेगी। लोगों में, दुनिया में उन्होंने क्या सिखाया? उन्होंने सिखाया कि हर व्यक्ति को अपने अधिकारों के लिए ये लड़ाई लड़नी चाहिए। और यहां तक मानवाधिकार जैसे संगठन भी, अब जस्टिस गोयल साहब थोड़ा, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी जज रहे हैं, बहुत सी बातें अधिकारों की करते रहे हैं। अधिकार हो, कोई ऐसे नहीं कि अधिकार लेने नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन अधिकार के साथ साथ ड्यूटीज, इसका भी अगर किसी ने ध्यान किया तो इस देश के लोगों ने किया है। इस देश के लोग यहां तक चिंता करते थे कि शासन राजा करता है, कभी राजा संकट में आ गया तो उस राजा को संकट में बाहर करने के लिए जनता आगे आई है। दुनिया में कहीं मिलता नहीं है। समर्पण भाव जो इस देश का है, समाज के प्रति अपना दायित्व, ये शायद ही किसी और देश में इतना मिलता हो। सेल्फ सेंट्रिक जीवन ये बना है, भौतिकवादी जीवन ये बना है। इसमें से लोगों को बाहर निकालना होगा, लोगों के सोचने का लेवल ये ऊंचा करना होगा। उदाहरण बड़ा छोटा है, मैं बताता हूं। जब कोविड आया था तो इस कोविड में ये आया कि सरकार तो अपने ढंग से करती है, समाज से योगदान लिया जाए, कर्मचारियों से योगदान लिया जाए, रिटायर्ड लोगों से योगदान लिया जाए, किसानों से योगदान लिया जाए। कुछ मुट्ठीभर लोग ऐसे थे जिन्होंने विरोध किया कि नहीं तो सरकार का काम है, सरकार करे, हम क्यों करेंगे। लेकिन नहीं, जब आह्वान किया तो अपने छोटे से प्रदेश में एक मात्र 20 दिन में, देश इस बात के गवाह हैं, 350 करोड़ रुपया यहाँ की जनता ने वो सरकार को दिया कोविड के लिए। 350 करोड़ रुपया। तो इस प्रकार से जनता में बहुत बड़ा एक मादा है समाज के काम करने का, जनता आगे आती है। कभी कभी मैं कहा करता हूं कि जो एनजीओ जितनी हैं, स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं, उनके कार्यक्रम जब जाते हैं, हम कई बार पूछ लेते हैं कि आपका ये प्रकल्प चल रहा है, कितना बड़ा चल रहा है, कैसा चल रहा है। तो कहते इतने करोड़ का ये है और हमारा सालाना इतने करोड़ बजट है। अगर इन सब एनजीओ का, सभी संस्थाओं का हिसाब लगा लिया जाए, मेरा ख्याल है कि भारतवर्ष के केंद्र सरकार का बजट और सब राज्य सरकारों का बजट, उससे ज्यादा बजट जो है वो स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं का है। तो स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं यहाँ समर्पण भाव से आगे आती हैं, उसी में से किसी प्रकार की जो लड़ाई होती है उसको हम जीत पाते हैं। तो इसलिए हमारे यहाँ जो भाव है, कभी भी किसी चीज के प्रति मोह नहीं किया है, और जब मोह नहीं करते हैं तो उसी में से देश का विचार आगे बढ़ता है। जब देश आजाद हुआ उस समय भारतीय जनमानस पर आजादी के तुरंत बाद भारतीय संसद के प्रवेश कक्ष पर क्या अंकित किया गया? आजाद भारत के उस प्रवेश द्वार पर जो अंकित आज भी है, अयम निजा प्रोवेति गणना लघु चेत साम, ये मेरा है, ये तेरा है। ये बहुत छोटे विचार के लोग विचार करते हैं। इससे ऊपर उठना होगा। आगे कहा, उदार चरिता नाम तू वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। उदार चरित्र वाले लोग ये विचार करते हैं कि सारा विश्व ये मेरा परिवार है। और जब अपनत्व की भावना आती है तो लोग अपने आप आगे बढ़ करके किसी भी संकट पर काम करने के लिए और उपयोगी होते हैं। तो मैं तो यही कहूंगा कि अंत में कि हम लोगों को कभी भी घबराने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। हम लोग भारतवर्ष को ऐसा माने कि दुनिया के लिए एक ये सूर्य है। जैसे सूर्य प्रकाश दे देता सारी दुनिया को, भारतवर्ष निश्चित रूप में ऐसा कोई भी अंधकार का समय आएगा, ऐसा कोई संकट आएगा तो दुनिया के अंदर अपनी किरणें ये जरूर पहुंचाएगा। ये सूर्य है। और मुझे तो बड़ा एक ऐसा ही संयोग लगता है कि जब सूर्य की जो देन है सौर ऊर्जा, तो जब विषय आया होगा कि सौर ऊर्जा दुनिया में इसका ऑफिस कहाँ बने, मुझे प्रसन्नता हुई कि इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस का जो हेडक्वार्टर है वो भारतवर्ष में, हरियाणा में और इसी गुरुग्राम में बना है। वो सौर ऊर्जा का जो आभा प्रभाव वो भारतवर्ष से चलेगा, दुनिया को हम रास्ता दिखाएंगे। हम पहले भी विश्वगुरु रहे हैं, आगे भी विश्वगुरु बनेंगे। किसी प्रकार का अंधेरा, कोई पेसिमिस्टिक व्यू ये कभी भी सामने नहीं लाना चाहिए। और उसके लिए भी अगर कभी मान लो ऐसा परेशानी का अवसर आए दिखे तो उस समय दो पंक्तियां याद करनी चाहिए। माना कि अंधेरा घना है, माना कि अंधेरा घना है, पर दीप जलाना कहां मना है। चलो जलाएं दीप वहां जहां अभी भी अंधेरा है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Now I request Professor Sharma to provide vote of thanks for our esteemed guest.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your enlightening address. I would like to thank our chief guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana, our Member of Parliament, Dr. Satyapal Singh, Honorable Justice Shri Adarsh Goyal, Chairman NGT, and also all the delegates from various embassies, academics, our media personalities who have come from India and abroad, the faculty and staff of IIM Rohtak, the student team of IIM Rohtak, which was very instrumental in spending 5 days in Gurgaon, taking multiple visits to organize this event. Sir, your words always serve as motivation, and we have actually taken more share of your time than we probably deserve. We have always been extracting more share, and we will continue to do that. 5 things, sir, which you have mentioned, very important. One, I think, again, in the G20, today, if I may exemplify, the world is looking at the way the Indian wisdom dictated the lives of people. One of the most searched topics in terms of health today is intermittent fasting, which means eating twice and fasting for 16 hours. One of the most searched topics in the last 3 years is intermittent fasting. That was a traditional way of India. We always ate twice and we fasted for 16 hours. That is the wisdom. And traditionally, we have been conveying that ahar hi aushadh hai. You don't need medicine if you eat proper diet. And that, I think, is the first goal of G20 is to maintain. Second, very interesting fact, sir. They talk about economic growth. Any guesses amongst the students? What is the economic growth of United States from 1948 to 2022? What is the percentage? Without wasting time, I'll give you the answer. It is 3.3%. What was the Hindu growth rate, what was supposed to be said? Hindu growth rate was 3.5%. Which means even the world's most prosperous country, so-called United States of America, had an average growth rate akin to what had been thought of hundreds of years ago to be the most stable and most benefiting way of growing over a long period of time, which is about 3.5%. And finally, in terms of environment, there is no country which knows better about sustainability and environment than us. Indians traditionally have believed in not creating waste. And when you don't create waste, you don't have to have other measures of sustainability. People ate on banana leaves and they disposed it. It was biodegradable. And people ate and consumed only what was needed. And I believe the world is today looking up to those measures of not creating waste as the first measures of sustainability, rather than processing waste, rather than decomposing waste. So thereby, your message is loud and clear, sir. That is, the Indian wisdom will change the VUCA the way you have done it. We will no longer have volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. We will have the vision, we will have understanding, we will have clarity, and we will have agility to take our nation forward. I again wish to express deepest gratitude, and I want to have all the members and delegates to have fruitful discussions over the next 2 days, out of which a white paper will be created as an input to the state government as well as the government of India. Thank you so much. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you so much, respected dignitaries and all the delegates for attending. We would now move for a short break for refreshment, and then we'll come back for the first round of panel discussions in another 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Just ask.
G20 platform, one of several international platforms where big economies coordinate their interests. In politics, especially in international politics, there is a German term, Realpolitik. If we wanted to translate it, we would say in English like it is realistic, pragmatic politics of pursuing countries' own interests. Well, despite Realpolitik being the essence of G20, of this club, the global world economy or world order and countries' interests are becoming more and more intertwined and interrelated.
Check. All students are requested to be seated. I repeat, all students are requested to be seated. No bathroom breaks allowed. Please be seated. The panel will start shortly. Thank you.
प्रियंका अब मैं क्या करूँ इसका मैं देख कर आती हूँ ठीक है this is
And for this, I believe that the human capital is the greatest resource that India has, which made it play that
रुको ये वाला छोड़
help into creating people, thinkers, innovators, doctors, engineers, of course, engineers, especially engineers, technicians, technology. And this role that India has played by focusing on the human capital is what we need to sustain today.
Like I said, I'm teaching sports economics, and seeing the involvement of India in sports management also shows their commitment. Sports is one of the most global industries. I think this kind of commitment will be ensured economic growth, sustainable growth, development, and also work peace, which is so much needed in our time.
Therefore, India's presidency is likely to center on an inclusive and equitable post-pandemic recovery with these experiments. And the G20 global leaders declaration reaffirms its commitment to the shared goal of inclusive growth, innovation, job creation, and sustainable development, as well as supporting the global economy's resilience and the recovery following COVID-19 and despite global supply chain disruptions. This provides an excellent foundation for advocating for collaboration among governments, the business sector, and other stakeholders to develop resilient and sustainable global value chains.
After visiting this beautiful country, India, filled so much history and culture, witnessing the potential of the natural environment and the human capital, I felt that its most challenging while promising target of the G20 summit this year is sustainable development. There are so many dimensions where diversity and marginalization are so profound and in need of decisive and generous policies here, that the problem seems to the eyes of the observer like a cubic meter sized Rubik's Cube.
No nation can take on the presidency better than India because India can speak from first-hand experience. A summit that focuses on the role of sustainable energy and global peace and economic development finds the ideal home, the ideal representative in India. It is for this reason that I unequivocally believe that India will give this summit the best voice in covering all its topics.
من أجل المساعدة على تحقيق أهداف مجموعة ال20 فقد دعا رئيس الوزراء مودي بالإضافة إلى بنغلاديش ومصر وموريشيوس وهولندا ونيجيريا وعمان وسنغافورة وإسبانيا والإمارات العربية المتحدة كدول طيبة، دعا التحالف الدولي للطاقة الشمسية والتحالف من أجل هياكل سياسية قادرة على التكيف مع الكوارث بالإضافة إلى مصرف التنمية الأسفل. ستضيف هذه الدعوة بالتأكيد بعداً جديداً لمجموعة ال20 يساعدها على تحقيق أهدافها الطموحة والشاملة والحاسمة، وذلك نحو تحقيق شعارها أرض واحدة، عائلة واحدة، مستقبل واحد.
India can definitely bring its unique experiences and strengths to the table, such as its focus on sustainable agriculture and rural development, its commitment to renewable energy and efforts to tackle climate change, and its extensive network of microfinance institutions that support small and medium enterprises. Overall, India's active participation and leadership in the G20 can help drive the global efforts of sustainable development and secure a better future for all. One can take lessons from a multi-ethnic and multilingual state that has been suffering from a severe crisis and poverty for a large segment of its population, yet managed to overcome these obstacles and joined the G20 to take its share of the global economy.
Leaders. So, one Earth, one family, one future. It's much more than just a slogan. It has to be. It's a philosophy that's as ancient as it is holistic. Its wisdom speaks of harmony between ourselves, nature, and nations. However, the world is facing existential challenges.
key challenges revolve around making sustainable software development cost-effective and resulting in products that are of high quality and that can effectively fulfill user needs. These challenges are far from trivial, but India as a nation is able to meet up to these challenges and lead the world into a greener and better future.
We should talk about India for any sports, for football, tennis, for rugby, for basketball, for volleyball. It's not the culture, but I'm sure there is great sports development possible for India. Maybe by the organization of world sports events, but maybe there is also ways just by teaching these young Indian people to practice sports, cricket and other ones, so that India can be seen and can develop economically, socially through sports.
G20 platform, one of several international platforms where big economies coordinate their interests. In politics, especially in international politics, there's a German term, Realpolitik. If we wanted to translate it, we would say in English like it is realistic, pragmatic politics of pursuing countries' own interests. Well, despite Realpolitik being the essence of G20, of this club, the global world economy or world order and countries' interests are becoming more and more intertwined and interrelated.
And I'm working now for an Indian country, and it's the pure example of what is supposed to be G20 Summit heritage, because you will have a role in sustainable development, but also peaceful and economic development, and you be the spokesman for all the global south and its heritage, such as me. Okay, I'm a Canadian living in France, and my heritage now is to share as ambassador for Paris 2020, okay, the volunteer programs.
To reach one of the top 5 of the world. And for this, I believe that the human capital is the greatest resource that India has, which made it play that role. The human capital which helped into creating people, thinkers, innovators, doctors, engineers, of course, engineers, especially engineers, technicians, technology. And this role that India has played by focusing on the human capital is what we need to sustain today.
Like I said, I'm teaching sports economics, and seeing the involvement of India in sports management also shows their commitment. Sports is one of the most global industries. I think this kind of commitment we should really impact economic goals, sustainable goals, development, and also work for the world peace, which is so much needed in our time.
Therefore, India's presidency is likely to center on an inclusive and equitable post-pandemic recovery with these experiments. And the G20 global leaders declaration reaffirms its commitment to the shared goal of inclusive growth, innovation, job creation, and sustainable development, as well as supporting the global economy's resilience and the recovery following COVID-19 and despite global supply chain disruptions. This provides an excellent foundation for advocating for collaboration among governments, the business sector, and other stakeholders to develop resilient and sustainable global value chains.
After visiting this beautiful country, India feels so much history and culture, witnessing the potential of the natural environment and the human capital, I felt that its most challenging while promising target of the G20 summit this year is sustainable development. There are so many dimensions where diversity and marginalization are so profound and in need of decisive and generous policies here, that the problem seems to the eyes of the observer like a cubic meter sized Rubik's Cube.
No nation can take on the presidency better than India because India can speak from first-hand experience. A summit that focuses on the role of sustainable energy and global peace and economic development finds the ideal home, the ideal representative in India. It is for this reason that I unequivocally believe that India will give this summit the best voice in covering all its topics.
من أجل المساعدة على تحقيق أهداف مجموعة ال20 فقد دعا رئيس الوزراء مودي بالإضافة إلى بنغلاديش ومصر وموريشيوس وهولندا ونيجيريا وعمان وسنغافورة وإسبانيا والإمارات العربية المتحدة كدول ضيفة. دعا التحالف الدولي للطاقة الشمسية والتحالف من أجل هياكل سياسية قادرة على التكيف مع الكوارث بالإضافة إلى مصرف التنمية الآسيوي. ستضيف هذه الدعوة بالتأكيد بعداً جديداً لمجموعة ال20 يساعدها على تحقيق أهدافها الطموحة والشاملة والحاسمة، وذلك وتحقيق شعارها أرض واحدة، عائلة واحدة، مستقبل واحد.
India can definitely bring its unique experiences and strengths to the table, such as its focus on sustainable agriculture and rural development, its commitment to renewable energy and efforts to tackle climate change, and its extensive network of microfinance institutions that support small and medium enterprises. Overall, India's active participation and leadership in the G20 can help drive the global efforts of sustainable development and secure a better future for all. One can take lessons from a multi-ethnic and multilingual state that has been suffering from a severe crisis and poverty for a large segment of its population, yet managed to overcome these obstacles and join the G20 to take its share of the global economy.
Leaders. So, one Earth, one family, one future. It's much more than just a slogan. It has to be. It's a philosophy that's as ancient as it is holistic. Its wisdom speaks of harmony between ourselves, nature, and nations. However, the world is facing existential challenges.
We shall now shortly begin with the first panel discussion of the summit. The topic for the discussion is G20 presidency, India invigorating the global economy.
India is making its global footprint amidst unprecedented global headwinds of COVID, climate, and conflict. Through its presidency, India can lead the world in promoting inclusivity in multilateral financing and establishing global value chain resilience. Recent reforms in the digital public infrastructure indicate how we can leverage technology to expedite this goal. India is all set to become the de facto economic engine of the world.
Let us now introduce our esteemed panelists for the discussion. We have with us Mr. Brajendra Navneet, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of India to the World Trade Organization, Switzerland. Mr. Brijendra Navneet currently serves as the ambassador and the permanent representative of India to the World Trade Organization, Switzerland, from 2020. He has served as the joint secretary to the Prime Minister, in which he has looked after the Ministries of Finance and Commerce, and has made active contributions towards implementation of goods and services tax. It's our pleasure to have us join Sir online.
The next panelist for today is Dr. Satyapal Singh, the Honorable Member of the Parliament. We are very honored by your presence today, sir.
We have also with us Honorable Mr. Justice Adarsh Kumar Goyal, Chairman, National Green Tribunal. We are extremely fortunate to have you with us, sir.
We also have with us Mr. Habibullo Mirzazoda, the Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Tajikistan. Sir currently serves as the Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of the Republic of Tajikistan in India. He is also the Executive Director of the Secretariat of the Conference of International Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia.
Let me now introduce the next panelist for the today, Mr. Sadiqullah Seher, Attaché of the Embassy of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. Mr. Seher is an education attaché at the Embassy of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. He has a strong commitment towards exploring opportunities for cooperation in education and research between his home country and other countries around the world.
We also have with us Mr. Muhammad Shaiful Alam, the Consular, Bangladesh High Commissioner. He's a career diplomat and has been in the Bangladesh Foreign Service for more than a decade. He is also currently the Consular at the Bangladesh High Commission, New Delhi. It's our pleasure to have you with us today, sir.
We have also as a panelist, His Excellency Dr. Bassam Al-Khatib, Ambassador, Embassy of the Syrian Arab Republic. But unfortunately, due to some emergency, the respected ambassador is unable to join us today. We extend our warm regards and support to the Syrian Arab Republic.
Now let me introduce the moderator for the panel discussion, Professor Dheeraj Sharma, the Director of IIM Rohtak. Professor Dheeraj Sharma has been instrumental in placing IIM Rohtak as one of the most progressive and breakthrough management institutions in the country. We're very delighted to have you, sir. I would like you to take over the stage and begin the panel discussions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am going to request request Dr. Satyapal Singh, sir. I'm going to request Dr. Satyapal Singh to deliver his keynote address on the subject of invigorating the global economy, where India and G20 and regional cooperations can be leveraged to create global economic stability and growth, sir. So what we'll do is that I've requested sir and everybody will all make introductory remarks other than me for about 10 to 12 minutes. Then we'll open the floor for any questions. You can direct the questions at me and then I'll pass on to the relevant person.
नहीं तो मैं खड़ा हो गया अब कोई बात नहीं Honorable Justice Shri Adarsh Kumar Goyal ji, Chairman National Green Tribunal, His Excellency Mr. Habibullah Mirzazoda, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Tajikistan, His Excellency Mr. Sadiqullah Sahar, Attaché of the Embassy of Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, His Excellency Muhammad Shaiful Alam, Consular, Bangladesh High Commission, and our host, Professor Dheeraj Sharma. all the distinguished guests, delegates, faculty, all the young students, and the friends from the media. The topic is our G20 presidency, how we can invigorate the global economy. It is a privilege for India to host this presidency for about a year. This group of G20 is the most powerful group in the world, a global group we can say, which controls about 80% of the world GDP, 75% of the world trade, and around 60% of the world population. So getting this privilege of hosting this presidency for about a year, it is a real honor and privilege for not only for our Prime Minister, not only for our country, but for the entire nation, for the entire population. And it is a golden opportunity for India to showcase our achievements, especially in the last 8 to 9 years. The way we have transformed the challenges into opportunities. The way we have brought around 140 million poor people below this above poverty line in the last about 9 years. And some of the data you will be happy to note that many of the schemes, as we were discussing in the first inaugural session, about the Indian wisdom, our present government, all our decisions, all our policies, they were revolved around the poor people. How to make life easier for them. How to ameliorate this, the conditions of poor people. Ease of life, ease of doing business. And world is amazed the way we have created this financial inclusion, the use of the technology. And through the use of the technology, some of the efficient implementation of many schemes with universalization of targeted benefits has resulted in inclusive development. Some of the schemes, if I quote, 117 million. In Indian language, 11.7 crore household toilets have been constructed under Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. $96 million, 9.6 crore LPG connections provided under Ujjwala Yojana. $2,200 million COVID vaccination for 10-20 million persons. And not only that, we vaccinated our people. We exported about to 150 countries. We have become the pharmacy of the world. India has become the pharmacy of the world. In 2014, we had only 2 mobile phone making units. Today we have more than 100. More than 100. Another amazing figure. 478 million Jan Dhan bank accounts have been opened. Till 2014, starting since 1947, 1969, we nationalized our banks. We nationalized our banks in 1969. Starting from 1969 till 2014, we have only 35 million bank accounts. And today, we have 478 million accounts. We are giving insurance cover to 446 million persons under PM Suraksha and Bima and PM Jeevan Jyoti Yojanas. We have transferred cash transfers of 22 million crore to over 114 million farmers under PM Kisan Samman Nidhi. We have already achieved what we had planned about the solar energy, non-conventional energy. Every day, this country has been constructing around 32-kilometer road per day, just like per day. We are providing free rations, free food supplies to around 800 million people in this country. That is why this G20 presidency has given us the golden opportunity to showcase our strength, to showcase our digital infrastructure. The way we have added more than 20 million, around 300 million, I think 30 million, these villages with optical fiber. We would like to showcase, and we have decided that the 2023 is the International Year of the Millets. We call it Mota Anaj. How this millets, how this Mota Anaj is useful or beneficial for our health. And that is why, at our request, United Nations has declared the 2023 as the International Year of the Millets. We want to showcase our products. There will be, as I mentioned, there will be 43 delegations will be coming for the G20. 56 cities will be hosting the G20. And we have the opportunity to showcase our, for example, in Uttar Pradesh, it might be in Haryana also, one district, one product. We want to revive our handicrafts, village-based industries. We are skilling, reskilling, upskilling millions of our youth. We have a vision. And what is the vision? Vision is recently, on 1st of August, our government has presented the union budget. That is the first budget, we call it Amrit Kal. It's the golden period of our country. That is why we call it. This coming decades will be the golden, India's decades. And we want to take our country to become the world leader in all these things. Today, in the last about 8 years, from 10th largest economy, we have become the 5th largest economy. And by 2029, we have decided that we will be the 3rd largest economy in the world. So much to learn from India. So much to learn. Our regional, our neighbors, they can learn a lot. We want to ensure this. Our supply chains of our food chains, our energy, our fertilizers. We have to ensure all these things. I think with these introductory words, I will end here. And whatever will be the questions, we will try to speak on that. I'm again grateful to Professor Dheeraj Sharma for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you very much.
I'll request Honorable Justice Sri Adarsh Goel, Chairman NGT, to offer his introductory remarks for the panel.
Thank you very much, all the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, all our students, media persons. Well, this topic in this particular session is India invigorating global economy. And Mr. Singh has already mentioned all the data and statistics, how India is adding to the world's economy. I only wish to take slightly different issue. Thank you. What is the global economy? What is the wealth to which contribution is required? We are counting wealth only in terms of goods and services, perhaps. Yes, India has resources, natural resources for goods and services. We have our exports, we have trade, we have a manufacturing capacity of diverse items. All those data is there, yes. But then, is the economy limited to? I ask myself a question. Is the economy or global economy limited to goods and services? Or the contribution to economy will also include other factors which adds to economy, like the human resource, like the policies, like the thoughts. The generation of wealth, how it is looked upon in India, is something which is perhaps going to give a thought. What are we going to produce? What for the goods and services are? For whom are they produced? They are produced for happiness of the mankind. And what is the situation in which the economy can be grown? It is the attitude in the life. It is the workforce. It is the strength of character. It is the good business policies. So there are issues. These are some of the issues. When Swami Vivekananda in 1893 addressed the World Religious Conference, India was under foreign rule. And after he addressed the World Conference, then he was much in demand. I think for about 7 years, he was lecturing in various US universities after Chicago. So how is life to be lived? How a happy life is to be lived? How a useful life is to be lived? I may just, there is a couplet very interesting and simple. Godhan, Gajdhan, Bajdhan, और रतन धन खान, जब आए संतोष धन, सब धन धूलि समान. Hindi couplet. I will translate it you for your benefit. There are various types of wealth, various types of material resources. But what is the greatest of them? Is the satisfaction in life. Are you getting it? You are the wealthiest person if you have a satisfaction in life or happy life. How is that to be achieved is a secret which perhaps has to flow from India. The richest people coming, but not having happiness in life. We have the examples of King Solomon. King Solomon was the richest person in the world in terms of wealth, jewelry. People say he had 360 wives and different palaces and everything, but was a very unhappy person. So the economic thinking or economic philosophy started not from only Adam Smith, who defined that your wants are unlimited, but the means are limited. It started from also prior to Adam Smith was Chanakya in India, who was a professor of economics in Takshila University, which was an international university at that time. And he framed economic policies which were thereafter studied world over, but because of English rule in India, all those philosophies disappeared and lost importance. Is how there can be happiness of the mankind. Those thoughts are not limited to production of goods and services. They're very important. Wealth is very important. Goods and services are very important. Ultimately, how they are to be used best for everyone's happiness, for everyone's need being fulfilled, is a management on which, economic policies on which, perhaps there can be huge contribution, because there are literatures in India which remain untapped by great economists even till today. And I will only limit myself. I'm not, other things are being mentioned by the speaker and Mr. Singh has pointed out. But I am saying that words in this topic of India invigorating global economy, yes, Indian thought system, what the life is, why you are born at all. What is the mission of your life? If this secret is understood, I think world economy will be really invigorated. And if the wealth which is generated, how it is managed well for everybody's benefit, what should be the policies for production without disturbing. We have in advanced countries, we are reading now climate change, global warming, which is going to destroy substantial part of human population. If the temperature rises and there is glacier melting and the rise in temperature in the ocean, where are we going to go? If you limit yourself merely to, yes, we have produced goods and services, but at what cost? Is that cost factor to be taken into account in global economy? America has contributed 75% to the climate change. After 50 years of scientists giving warning of sustainable development, of economic policies being put in sync with environment protection. No solution with the world except passing resolution. Where are we going? IIPC has been set up. That's an international body for climate change, IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Its 6th report is out recently. It says already 1.1 degree temperature has risen. The target was to stop it below 1.5. They say by 2030, it is going to go beyond 1.5. Why? Because we are only limiting ourselves to the growth in terms of GDP. That means, what is the value of the shares? Or what is the quantity of the value of goods and services produced, which is a lopsided thinking, though very important. But a holistic thinking is required to sync the global economy figures or global economy thoughts with sustainable development thoughts and economy, and how it can best serve humanity. That is where perhaps it is India which can play a major role. Thank you.
I'll request Shri Brajendra Navneet, who has joined us in the online mode, who is Ambassador and Permanent Representative of India in the World Trade Organization, to offer his introductory remarks for about 10 minutes. And then, as we have decided, all speakers about 10 minutes, then we'll come to the Q&A session. Over to you, Brajendra ji.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, and Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Justice Goyal, distinguished panelists, excellencies, students, and other delegates. First of all, my greetings from Geneva, and my apology for not joining in person. But I think I would be able to do a little bit of justice by joining this session, even though online. So first of all, let me thank Professor Dheeraj Sharma and IIM Rohtak for considering me to be the part of this panel and give my thoughts on the topic of India invigorating global economy. And I am thankful to Honorable Member of Parliament and Honorable Justice Goyal for setting the tone, because on one side, when Honorable MP has given what India has done for its own people and for the world in the last few years, Honorable Justice Goyal has completely given a holistic approach that only the GDP will not measure the success of Indian story, and we should go back to our earlier ethos where we talk about the sustainable development and sustainable growth. So coming back to the topic, what I have been given, undoubtedly, this is the message that what the caption is here, that India invigorating global economy. I can tell you that when I talk to international delegates, or when I talk to international investors in various forums and take up the Indian cause or convey Indian view, undoubtedly, this is the message the global investors and the global community and global financial institutions are conveying and echoing what we have heard in the last week from, including from IMF and World Bank, that world is looking forward towards India for taking broader responsibility and carrying the growth momentum. I can tell you from my experience of last 8-9 years that it has been a real journey for India of reform, perform, and transform. And when we say reform, perform, and transform, it is in all context that we are doing reform, not only for the sake of doing reform or what maybe some of the economists or experts will say to do, but our reform has actually resulted in a better performance for a country like India, which gives hopes to a lot of countries which are similarly placed like India. And this performance had resulted in the transformation what we see in India today. And let me tell you that all these things have been done with what we call with speed, scale, and skill. That if something has been done with speed, and I cannot resist, though Honorable Justice has talked about goods and services and the GDP, but coming from World Trade Organization's participation, I would like to bring the GDP back into the consideration and discussion. So just to give you the perspective that the speed with which we have worked in recent past, any guess on India adding 1 trillion in its economy, that India becoming 1 trillion GDP in US dollar terms? It is very difficult to guess that. You will be surprised to know that some of you may be knowing that it took almost 60 years of independence, that from 1947 maybe in 2005 or 2006, we became a $1 trillion economy. And you will be equally surprised to know that last $1 trillion, that is moving from $2 to $3 trillion economy, India has added that last $1 trillion in last 7 years. That is between 2014 to 2021. So that is called speed, and that is called scale, that a country of 1.4 billion people can do that by skilling its people, by putting resources in not only in physical and financial infrastructure, but as mentioned in the social infrastructure to encourage and extend the value of growth to our own people, which is 1.4 billion people. So if you recall, a few years back, India was branded as among the fragile 5, and the world economy growth was threatened because of those categorized as fragile 5. So we have moved from that stage when we were fragile 5, we were targeted as a stumbling block in BRICS, pulling down the BRICS performance. From there now, the world is looking at how India is reinvigorating or invigorating the global economy. So that the proof is itself that if we work with commitment and conviction, we can achieve what is not possible in such a short period. Now, how have we done that? We have concentrated on doing it through social, physical, digital, and financial infrastructure. We have done it through prudent macroeconomic policy management. We have done it through responsible fiscal policy, and we have done it through judicious use of scarce financial resources where we have competing demand. An honorable member of parliament has given so many examples of what we have done in social infrastructure in the form of providing basic infrastructure in terms of housing, water, electricity, clean fuel, and all those things. Now, the challenge before us or for our neighbors or similarly placed country is, if I can tell it in the sports or cricketing parlance, that we are developing countries are blamed that we are underperforming, and those who are performing, they are not performing it in sustainable manner, and sometimes like a batsman going out of form during the inning, we go out of form during the inning. So how are we placed? What we should do actually to make it a sustainable over 10, 15, 20 years? And in the inaugural session, it was very eloquently captured by Honorable Chief Minister that we need to think about vision, we need to do it with understanding, we need to do it with clarity, and we need to do it with agility. And these things, if it is done by the policymakers, certainly if country like India with so much of complex structure and 1.4 billion population and a very vibrant democracy can do that, then it gives a lot of hope to similarly placed developing countries in our region across the globe, including now the developed country, that it can be achieved. So let me give you certain examples that how we can do that. It is, if you take digital infrastructure, 6-7 years back, the digital payment, it was when I still remember that when we were working on VMAP, that is what is now popularly converting into the UPI, everyone was saying that it is very difficult in Indian context to nudge people or to move people into a digital payment system. And you would now know that, in fact, it's a very amazing data, if I can tell, that 40% of the global online payments today, live online payment global, is happening in India. So we have surpassed USA, we have surpassed Canada, we have surpassed European Union, we have surpassed China. And this is when we were criticized that Indian people are not equipped or they are not literate or learned enough to move towards this thing. What this has done, it has given a source of empowerment and economic opportunities to those who were outside the formal credit system or who were outside the formal employment system. So it's a very simple example that by taking up these kinds of fundamental infrastructure reform, what we provide to our people is not only opportunities, and here I would like to use the phrase, what India is today providing to its people is choice of opportunities, that they are not only banking on one thing that they have to do or they have to move it in this way, but the younger generation today have the choice of opportunities that which sector or which area they want to go. And India is willing to work along with them on speed, scale, and skill. Now, let me touch upon being from a trade organization or Indian representative in the trade organization. I must talk something about the trade and where we need to change our mindset and to move forward. The first of all, which we need to change is we have to change our thinking process from scarcity to surplus. We are trained to manage scarcity. We are trained to equip ourselves that what if something wrong happens. But unfortunately, with my experience now almost 23, 24 years in the service, I can tell you that very rarely we are trained for handling surpluses, neither in service nor in the personal life. And India is at that stage where we are going to throw a lot of surpluses. And these surpluses have to be adequately and optimally deployed to give best return to our people. Just again to give you an example that when $1 trillion economy, it took 60 years to make. In next couple of years or 3 years, every couple of years or 3 years, we will be now adding $1 trillion in our economy. And that is how it was mentioned that we will be reaching very soon the third largest economy, and the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, which he mentioned from Red Fort, that 2047, we are seeing ourselves as a developed economy with high per capita income and giving a sustainable life and livelihood to our people. So on trade, we have to change our mindset that, yes, we have to be defensive in certain sectors and we need to be defensive, but we need to change this mindset that we have to have offensive agenda at the global forum like World Trade Organization, where we are not only the seekers of special and differential treatment, but we are also the participants, and we are also bringing in disciplines like Honorable Justice Goyal has said that on climate change, and we are able to put forth the responsibility on the historical utilization of the carbon bank, which is in the form of common but differentiated responsibilities or polluters pay principle. The second thing what I would like to say that we have to come out of that conventional mindset that we are only a service-driven economy and our relative potential is only in service sector exports. We have shown in last 2 years that how we can provide to the world what the world needs, that is the food, particularly the importance of food. And then it was mentioned about the medical health and the calling ourselves as pharmacy of the world. So just to give you again one more data set, that in last year, that is 21-22, Indian agricultural export touched $50 billion. And we might have not noticed it back home, but I can tell you from my Geneva experience that the traditional agricultural exporters of the world, they are really worried about Indian performance because they are seeing us as a true competitor and they are being threatened or feeling threatened that they may be displaced from their traditional export destinations. And this is again one field where our rural sector can add a lot of value into economy and can bring a lot of people out of poverty by tapping the export market. In the manufacturing, certainly we are becoming part of the global supply chain, and Honorable Member of Parliament mentioned about the mobile phone story. And I can tell you that these are some of the examples like mobile phone, and now we are moving in the field of toys as well as semiconductor manufacturing and so on and so forth. So a lot of sectors are coming up where we are becoming part of the global supply chains. And because of the prudent monetary and fiscal policy, the investors are looking at India to invest in India. I think I am running out of time. So I would be happy to take questions from the participants here. And I will stop by saying that let us convert all the crises into opportunity. Let us give confidence to the world that the time has come for developing country to become a very active player in the global economic field, and not only doing good for ourselves, but India will take this role through G20 presidency, that we will distribute the wellness and distribute the happiness among the world partners. And let us agree that we will not go out of form this time and during the inning, and we will continue this game for the next 25 years during our Amrit Kal and make our country as a developed economy. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now request Mr. Habibullah Mirzazoda to offer his introductory remarks.
Thank you very much. I think the previous speakers described or explained to you the details of political, economic, trade, commercial, all the aspects of the Indians' achievements and the perspectives, actually. As my colleague, Your Excellencies, dear participants, dear students, dear colleagues, again, this is a very unique opportunity to share the ideas, the views, the proposals, how in the future India will manage or will introduce its dreams or its plans through presidency G20. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Sharma, the administration of the Institute of Management, Rohtak, and his team, as well all who organized this event, because it's a very important event. First of all, because again, it's not easy to run at the same time two presidencies, G20 and SCO. And if you look back, India never had this experience of being in two positions at the same time, globally, actually. And now this is based on the experience and professionalism of those politicians and all those managers and all those specialists who took responsibility for carrying out this activity this year. Of course, if you go through this concept of G20 and SCO, both of them mostly focus on regional cooperation and collaboration and mutual or joint initiatives. Therefore, I would like to brief you about the status of cooperation of India at Central Asian level, that means a region. And we think as to India and Central Asia cooperation, I should emphasize that the ties between India and Central Asia have deep historical roots, and based on those pillars, the cooperation between the countries is being developed and enhanced. Trade and economic relations are increasing, albeit on a quite modest level. In order to strengthen its position in the region and clearly indicate its intentions, Delhi put forward the strategies of Connect Central Asia and Extended Neighborhood. Both strategies are based on active political, economic, and human interaction with the countries of Central Asia, but still need stable land communication. This is a big issue. This is a big, how to say, concern, lack of connectivity with Central Asia, especially on ground basis. For their part, the Central Asian countries see India as a fast-growing economy, a potential investor, and an increasingly influential actor in the region. South and Central Asia are complementary players in the energy market. The energy resources of Central Asia are in high demand in the markets of India and Pakistan. However, to date, cooperation has been realized only in other fields of economy. Two long discussed key energy projects are still not implemented due to geopolitical factors. However, they can potentially have a significant impact on the level of cooperation. The Casa Southern project provides for this possibility of exporting electricity to both Pakistan and Afghanistan, and in the long term to India. The main participants from Central Asia are Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. Uzbekistan also expressed their interest to participate as well. The main factors holding back the implementation of energy projects still remain financing issues and security concerns in one of our neighboring countries. According to the World Bank report, risks also include energy supply systems, market risks, risk for the partners, especially in payments, timely completion of the construction, operational risks, such as technical malfunctions in line, price and tariff in general. India has a fairly strong position in Central Asia, and it maintains stable relations with all republics of the region, while occupying its niche in the political, economic, and cultural humanitarian spheres. In recent years, intensification of cooperation has been observed due to the growing capabilities of India and its full membership in SCO. Delhi's ambitions are reinforced by persistent attempts to overcome existing geopolitical barriers. First of all, to establish reliable land communications, the absence of which is the main constraint in the implementation of inter-regional projects, primarily in the field of trade, energy, and transport communications. However, to date, it seems that the growing influence of India in the world due to geopolitical reasons has not yet been symmetrically reflected in Central Asia region. India assumed the presidency with a promise of striving to ensure that the grouping acts as a global prime mover to envision new ideas and accelerate collective action to deal with pressing challenges. India's G20 presidency priorities are inclusive and pragmatic, with broad areas of substantive deliberations, compromising inclusive and resilient growth, progress of CDGs, green development and lifestyle for environment, technological transformation, and public digital infrastructure, reforming multilateral institutions, women-led development, and international peace and harmony. While all decisions of the G20 are taken by G20 members by consensus, we believe India will continue to seek fair and balanced representation of developing countries in various multilateral fora. India's helming of G20 has come at a crucial point in global affairs. One, the twinning of a complex energy crisis and rising inflation has prioritized each nation's self-interest. Globalization is fast losing ideological momentum, even as the world remains ever more connected. Two, COVID-19 and the global shutdown during the pandemic have certainly triggered a pause, if not stop button of most of the developed world's relationship. Finally, above all of this, the crisis in Ukraine is testing and changing the nature of alliances and antagonisms. It seems the old certainties of blocs and partnerships are all too worn out. Crucially, the once explicit but contested norms and ideologies of international relations seem to be up in smoke. It is hard to galvanize the world into any ideological fight, least of all in the name of liberal internationalism. and its brutalities and hypocrisies have run out of the fig leaves. In short, it is a time of global crisis. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. I've just taken permission from our excellencies from Bangladesh and Afghanistan. They said, let's make the session more interactive and take the questions from the audience, and they'll offer their remarks as we go along. So may I ask if there are any questions from any of the panelists? You can direct them at me, I'll ask them the question. So questions, please. With a show of hand. Okay, there are a few questions on the back, please. Yes, please. Go ahead. You can just quickly come in the front if you want to ask a question. Yes, please, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening. I'm Sanvita from IIM Rohtak. With countries like India and China investing a significant amount on futuristic technology like the AI, how is India preparing itself for the future of AI and for consolidating its position as a future superpower in the global economy?
The question is, how is India preparing itself for AI?
Well, this is a question which is basically to be answered by the Ministry of Telecom and the IT. But yes, AI is something now, artificial intelligence is something which is now useful in almost every part of life, not only economy. And I think India is globally quite far ahead in this subject. So, but all the details perhaps may not be known to me as such. Maybe somebody from IT Ministry or IT Department.
Sure.
I think Dr. Singh will like to explain that.
Very good question. And many of you might be knowing, we call it this emerging technology for the fourth industrial revolution. Among this fourth emerging technology for fourth industrial revolution, AI and artificial intelligence very, very important. Along with this machine learning, IoT, Internet of Things, big data, this 3D printing. So AI is transforming the life, economic life, financial life, administrative also. That is why, if you are aware, and as this questioner was rightly asking, perhaps China perhaps is ahead of us. But in this budget, which was presented on 1st of February, the government of India has decided to set up 3 centers of excellence in AI, in artificial intelligence. AI for AI, this we call it make AI in India and make AI work for India. So I'm sure in the coming years, AI will be prevalent. In fact, yesterday also, we had a technological group meeting in which I was also present. And we were, the government of India decided especially about the drone technology, about the robotics, about the artificial intelligence, in everything. And government has invested a lot. And around, I think, 30,000 crores have been earmarked for such kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And for the students and the education world, I think AI is offering the biggest challenge with this new Chat GPT. Chat GPT is a I would say is a portal where now consolidated reports are available on anything with citations, with referencing. So you can crack an exam actually just by asking a question. This is a disruptor. I don't know how useful it will be from the standpoint of education, but it's definitely going to make students, I would say, more lethargic in their thinking.
Disruptive technology.
Disruptive technology. Next question.
We call it disruptive technology.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Sargam. I'm from IIM Rohtak. And I had a question that given the global economic landscape, which is now gravitating towards fragmentation, how can a free trade agreement contribute to it?
How can
a free trade agreement between countries contribute to it?
How can you have free trade agreement between countries?
Yes, and how it contributes to the fragmented global economy.
Okay. May I request our representative from Bangladesh embassy to, can free trade agreements help increase trade between, let's say, India, Bangladesh? Free trade agreement.
Thank you. It's a very good question. Definitely, free trade is a very important aspect in global trade jargons at the moment. So India has a free trade agreement very recently implemented with Australia. Very recently. That is called ECTA something, Economic Comprehensive Trade Agreement, something like that. And Bangladesh itself also planning to have a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. That is also very close to free trade agreement. So free trade agreement itself is actually removing the barriers. We have, lots of barriers we are looking at. We are hearing about, like para-tariff barriers, like non-tariff barriers. We also know about tariff barriers. These all barriers and hindrances will be removed if free trade agreement and a free trade instrument is implemented. So it's a very positive thing. It's a very important thing. But again, negotiation is very important because countries are very much aware of their own interest. They are very much freak about their own thing, own national interest, and then there are rigorous negotiations in it. We have our Excellency Ambassador in the back in WTO. He can, I think, explain much better than anybody here present today. Thank you.
Over to you, Ambassador Navneet.
Thank you, Professor Sarma, and thank you, Sargam, for asking this question, because this is a very relevant topic. So one is narrative that the world is crumbling and the multilateral system is crumbling and fragmentation is taking over. But as a student, I will suggest that if we look at the ground reality, the data. So if you take world trade data, which is about $30 trillion last year, we did global trade was 30 trillion. So with all the fragmentation and bilateral and regional trade treaties, still 75% of that is happening through what you call MFN, that is most favored nation, and national treatment route, which is the multilateral system at WTO. So almost 22 trillion worth of trade is happening through multilateral route. So I see both the things as complementary, not fighting with each other, that multilateral and bilateral or regional trade agreements. On regional trade or free trade agreements in bilateral terms, I would say that yes, India was a kind of a silent player in the last decade, but of late, last 2 years, we have become very aggressive. And as Excellency from Bangladesh have mentioned, that we have concluded two, that is first with UAE and the second one with Australia. And we are in the process of negotiation with United Kingdom, European Union, Canada, Israel, and Gulf Coordination Committee. So our hands are full and we are doing it as complementary measures. What will work is, I will say that both the systems will work. We cannot replace the multilateral system with all bilateral. Imagine 164 countries doing 164 agreements among themselves. It will be a very complex matrix. So in my opinion, both things will work and India is working towards that.
Thank you. Next question.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vriddhi. And sir, my question is how India-Bangladesh relationship can be leveraged for the stability thing?
India-Bangladesh relationship can be leveraged for stability in the region.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Siddhi, for this very wonderful question. I can tell you one thing that if you look at the northeast of India, 15 years back, you know, it was a little unstable. It was a very volatile one. So there were lots of outfits, lots of armed terrorist groups there. So when the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina came to power in 2009, she has said that I have zero tolerance. My soil will not be used for any terrorist to go to. So that way, she has very strong-handedly stopped it. You see. So today, northeast states stability, economic development, prosperity, peace, and tranquility. Everything comes, you know, when regional power or regional countries are cooperating with each other. So this way, this region could be more stable. This region could bring more prosperity, more peace. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir. So I have a question in continuation to this. How can India play a major role in making peace in Afghanistan with the G20 presidency, especially in the wake of Ukraine and Russian war? Thank you.
Very warm good afternoon. Thank you for your question. India, as it's going on now, so with the humanitarian aids and supplies and support that is providing for the people of Afghanistan, which is much needed. So it's playing its role, and we look forward. So with the formation of unity government back in Afghanistan, and where a clear political roadmap will be, so that the country can move on it. And India, the G20 presidency this year, and also SU presidency, so it will play a crucial part. And we look forward to how it will be achieved.
Next question.
Hello. Yeah. Greetings, everyone. Guest speakers and honorary guests. My name is Professor Peter Karagianakis. I have been kindly invited to teach at the Institute at Rohtak. It's an honor and a pleasure, and obviously a great pleasure for me to be here with you gentlemen. I have listened to all of you quite carefully. I have kept immense notes, primarily because I teach language. Now, one word and one phrase that the ambassador, Navnet, Mr. Ambassador, I'm addressing the question to you, sir. One question that I felt touched home with me was the phrase you used, mindset. And mindset is a very important phrase because mindset encompasses many things. Mindset encompasses a change of understanding. In fact, mindset encompasses a paradigm shift. On the other hand, I see a lot of people here pressing the point that a kind of local policy, a local understanding will go far beyond an international understanding. But the question I'd like to ask is, how does one change a mindset? Because a mindset is also very much entrenched in policy making. And policy making has to do with language, and language has to do with a cultural mindset. So the question is, how does one get beyond the present mindset that is keeping a country, a people, where they are and where they aspire to be?
Understood. Thank you. So may I, before I go on to the ambassador, because he's used the word, I think I would request our two honorable guests present here, because you see, sir, may I, if you'll allow me to rephrase, just add on to the question. So mindset in terms of law-abiding behavior, mindset in terms of, you know, universality of law, mindset in terms of equality. If you can, you know, how can we change the mindset of the people in general? And then, sir, Dr. Satyapal Singh, the mindset of, you know, viewing always, CM sir had mentioned glass half full versus half empty, sir. Then your question.
Thank you so much for such an interesting question. And if I may say so, mindset is the central point for any policy, for any activity. First of all, it comes to your mind. Anything which first comes to your mind, you contemplate on that. And then your action follows your thought. All the things in the world, we talk very good things, we make very good policies, but in implementing it, we do not have that commitment, which is necessary. Because the resolution in thought is not there, which may result in further action. So the trust, making of trust, or executing a good policy which can result in growth of trade. Trade will grow when there is a trust. When there is mutuality. You will trade with me if you think you will be benefited. So the growth will depend upon mindset in a big way, because it's the human factor. Artificial intelligence is a tool. But the person behind the artificial intelligence, person behind the machine, is the biggest factor. So it's the big Mahabharat war was fought here because of not having good intentions of one per party. And that resulted in a big war, big devastation. So I think mindset is most crucial for any activity. It may be human growth, it may be economic growth, it may be trade, it may be international relations. So mindset is most crucial and central point. Yes, thank you.
Let me add what Justice Goyal has told you. In the inaugural session, we were mentioning about the Indian wisdom. Your question is very fundamental. In individual life, in social life, in a national life. An Indian wisdom says, Mane eva manushyanam karanam bandha mokshyo. This mind is the root cause of your liberation or your bondage. It is the root cause of your elevation as well as your downfall. But how to control it? How to change this mindset? There are basically two things. Number one is education. Through education, you can change the mindset. But where are these factories where you can impact the mind? Our schools and colleges and our universities, our institutes, they are the factories, they are the workshop where you can impact the mind, because in impressionable mind only, you can impact them and you can see them. Number two is through the law, through the enforcement. You bring a law, bring a very stringent law. And if we start taking action, start its stringent enforcement, it will also lead to the mindset. And the third point is, which we are not very relevant here, but I would like to quote here. You must have feel certain times hard changes. Sometimes you get a teacher, sometimes you get a preceptor. These preceptors, these teachers under there, but that is also again the part of the education, not part of the formal education. I mentioned two things: informal education, formal education, and the third thing is the state action is through law and enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one just struck my mind. One of the alternative ways of changing the mindset is to celebrate virtuous heroes. When a nation has virtuous heroes, their qualities are emulated. They become legends and folklores. In Indian context, even today, if you go to rural India, they would say, we should not gamble. It's not a good thing. They may not know a great deal of legalities associated with it, but they have heard that the virtuous heroes of India we celebrate through our theological texts, which in the Western world continues to call mythological works, they're actually theological works, becomes another tool of changing the mindset. Celebrated virtuous heroes, and those virtues are well defined. Again, we'll have to go to the theological roots. Last a couple of questions more. Yes. So please.
Actually, mindset lies in meditation. Peace, tranquility, inner peace. If a person is not peaceful, he will spread whatever he has inner side. You just see the mindset of Indian country. That Turkey was our great enemy. He never support us. We support Turkey in this time. This is the mantra of Modi ji. Don't create enemies, create friendship. And at the time of need, we need not to say whether he is enemy or not.
Thank you.
So meditation is the main thing. Thank you.
Meditation is the key for change of mindset. Thank you. Please.
So, Indian strategy for eco-safe economic future, since humanity has been through COVID-19 just now. So what do you think will be the strategy for India, since we are heading towards a very, very bright economic future? So how we are going to take this strategy for handling the environmental issues we are going to face with that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The question is very, very important, but at the same time, answer is difficult. Environmental issues concern everybody's life. And not only everybody's life, but others' life. What you do, what damage you do to the environment will affect not only you, not only your next generation, but the whole people around you. And the earlier question and this question are very much interconnected. There are policies, there are programs, there are laws. Since 1972 Stockholm Conference on 5th of June 1972, the resolutions for sustainable development, not focusing only on economic growth, but also considering that natural resources are also for next generation, are to be intergeneration equity. How it is to be achieved? If I want to set up an industry which will generate smoke or dust or pollution of the air, which will affect the health of others, those who inhale polluted air, or if I discharge untreated chemicals or effluents in the water bodies or in the rivers, and those who consume that water, what is going to happen to them if I am unconcerned? Yes, I will generate wealth, but at what cost? And if I am told don't do it, the laws are there, but my ethics are not there. That's why ethics, values, approach to life, mission of life, and mindset play a significant role when there is a conflict of interest of individual and the society. And there is lack of sense of duty, but attraction towards selfishness, towards selfish ends, which is very much there universally. That is the reason that we are thinking, let me make something, let me add value to my wealth. I am not concerned. So that's how we have our saints, philosophers, guides in India in immense number who have shown the way. Let me just mention Mahatma Gandhi. He gave a song which is translated in world's all languages, only one song. That is, Vaishnav Jan to tene kahiye, jo peed parai jane de. You are a gentleman, you are a good person, only when you realize the trouble of others. Okay? If you are concerned about yourself or your immediate gain, that is not the mission of your life. Here are people who have sacrificed their lives for others' happiness. They have lost their lives. They have struggled so that your life can be better. Your future can be better. So this selfishness is to be converted into your selfless service, which gives real happiness in life. That philosophy, that lifestyle of, as you said, that there are models before us. If we follow them, then we change our mindset. Then why poaching is taking place? Why you are cutting the trees? Why are you killing the wildlife? There are some economic interests. There are some selfish interests. At the same time, you are harming the ecology, you are harming the society, you are harming the future generations by disturbing the habitats of wildlife and biodiversity. So for that, mindset change is perhaps a major factor which is still not being focused to the extent required. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Let me add to it and give very pragmatic and practical answers. As we started with the COVID crisis, in the world, in a city or in a village or in a country, if one person is infected, nobody is safe. No one is safe. That is why our future is common. Our aim has to be common. Our fight has to be common. And that is why we say, Loka samastaha sukhino bhavanti, let everyone be happy. We have to make the united fight against all these things. Number two, Start living with nature. Development with dignity. Pragati with prakriti. Prakriti ke saath pragati. If you are living, you have natural life, you will be happier. I will quote two examples. What happened in COVID-19 during COVID-19? World over, instead of burying the body, we preferred cremating the body. Cremating the body. Since thousands of years, India has been practicing this. The cremation is more scientific. Instead of shaking hands, we started doing namaste from a distance. India has been doing since time immemorial. India has been doing. If you are coming from outside, please take out your shoes outside before entering the house, before entering the home. Wash your hands before taking the food. Some of these practices. And third thing is preparing for future. How to prepare for future? You have to invest in technology. You have to invest in pharmaceuticals. You have to invest in instrumentation. You have to create a health infrastructure so that if emergency arises, we are ready to face it scientifically. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Ambassador Navneet, please to offer the comment on sustainability. India has 2070 sustainability goals to be carbon neutral and zero carbon. So there was a question on sustainability. How are we preparing ourselves? So Ambassador, may I request you?
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for this question. And the phrase used was eco-sensitive future. So one thing I think we have not discussed in today's panel, which is life, that is lifestyle for environment, and which was launched last October by our Honorable Prime Minister in the presence of United Nations Secretary General. And I can tell you that it has a lot of impact on your question that how India is going to have an eco-sensitive future when we are looking for future growth. So it has both mitigation as well as adaptation, and the main focus is on adaptation. And just to give you a couple of examples, that one example is, if you take Indian context, you will be surprised to know that we were running our locomotives in railways on diesel. And all of us know that we are heavily dependent on import of crude oil and then converting it to diesel. So there was no basis, even economic sense, forget for a moment on environment, that why are we not moving from diesel locomotive to electric locomotive, and those locomotive which can run on green electricity. So if you look at the railways electrification program, it was designed in such a manner that it would have taken 30-40 years to complete railway electrification and save energy and save money for an exchange for government. In last 4 years, even aided by COVID, when we say opportunities in every crisis, we went massively in railway electrification project because of the lockdown and because of the low intensity of railways movement on the track. And today we can tell you that we are, what was supposed to be done in 30-40 years has been achieved in 4 to 5 years of completing the railway electrification, which is a big signal that it gives you economic competitive advantage by in terms of saving foreign exchange, economic activity within the country, and making you competitive in the form of moving the freight faster than the previous system. And the last one, I can only tell you that it is the question of intergenerational equity, which Honorable Justice Goyal has said. It has to be intergenerational equity. A very famous joke is there in Geneva that on the highways, if you are going and a motel or hotel is saying that you eat free and your bill will be paid by your grandchild, and the person enters that hotel and then he finishes sumptuous food, and then at the end of it, when he was moving out, he was given a very hefty bill which was not related to his food. So he said that you are cheating me by giving me a bill and putting the board outside, which is something different. The hotel owner said that no, this is not your bill, this is your grandfather bill who he passed 50 years back and has consumed, and you have to pay for it. So in any environment related dialogue or discussion, we have to maintain this concept of intergenerational equity, that whoever has consumed in the past have to pay and should pay. And last but not the least, COVID, we said that no one is safe until everyone is safe. And same goes for the greening. No one is green till everyone is green. So therefore, there has to be access to technology and there has to be access to climate finance. Thank you.
Sir, very beautiful thought by both Justice Goyal and MP sir, and also the ambassador. I think at this particular time, if we can take at least our students can take a solemn oath and understand the importance of being responsible themselves. The recent data indicates that in the winter season, the sale of heaters has gone up, the sale of sweaters has come down. The sale of heaters has gone up, room heaters, sale of sweaters have come down. Sale of gloves has come down. Sale of the air conditioners, which offer both cooling and heating, has gone up. So, which means I believe that we need to understand that we need to appreciate weather. Summer means hot, sir. Summer does not mean cool. Winter means cool, does not mean hot. So, keeping temperature, particularly in public places, I think there should be a legislation on this actually. Public places no lower than 26 degrees. We don't need to have a temperature lower than 26 degrees in public places. Wear a half sleeve shirt. Why wear a suit in 26 degrees or 30 degrees? So I think human adaptation and being conscious would be a much, much better way. Appreciating weather. Summer is hot, winter is cold, and rainy season is humid. Adjust. Thank you. Last question, and we'll close after that. Last question. Yes, please.
Yeah, hello, sir. Sir, you have talked about that when we talk about economy, we talk about goods and services, but we have to change our thoughts. Okay, so I want to ask you that how Indian wisdom will help the world in inculcating that change in the thought process. Some key things.
Economy, yes, economy will be goods and services, but service, what is service? Service itself requires a service-oriented approach, which will result in, that's why service sector, if there is a credibility, if there is a reliability, you will like to take that service. Maybe medical service, it may be legal service, it will be services of architect, it may be services of engineer, it may be services of a peon or services of a manager. So major component will be his sincerity. Are we pricing the sincerity? Are we pricing the commitment? These factors are not factored in any economy, but are very, very crucial. That is the point I would make.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Quick one.
Good morning to the esteemed panel. My name is Rahul Bhatkar. I'm a student at IIM Rohtak. And I would like to direct my question to Mr. Habibullah. What role can India play in the Central Asia to increase the trade in the region?
So, Indian role to increase trade between Central Asia, what can be done?
Yes, after this India summit and India Central Asia summit, which was held last year, after that, a number of working groups actually have been established, especially on working group on Chabahar. This is for your information, good news. Yesterday, the first meeting of this group was conducted online. And we believe after this infrastructure is being built or is provided, and of course, the connectivity to some extent will be also available. And of course, at present, different ways, air, have the cargo, and the other ways is being used, but the amount of cargo or goods is not as much as desired because again, limited potential. And therefore we believe and we think that this group just started and yes, TAPI also, but again, I listed a number of projects which India is interested in developing and implementing in Central Asia in the near future. And we believe that the second summit that is going to be held next year maybe will give more practical recommendations what to do. By that time, the working groups at the ministerial level, at the high officials level, will work out or will develop all this required roadmaps for the practical implementation of those projects and of the initiatives made by all the leaders of the Central Asia and India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think thank you all the panelists. I'm grateful. I'd like to give the final opportunity to if the representative from Bangladesh and Afghanistan would like to say something in closure. Just quick remarks. Annie, please. A very warm good evening, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to join this G20 summit preponderance of Indian wisdom in VUCA world today. It's inspiring to know that the goal of G20 is aimed at a mapping in the larger context of geopolitical crisis, food and energy security, slow progress on sustainable development goals, mounting debt burden, and challenges to climate action and climate justice that will provide support to the countries of the global south. As India celebrates 75 years of independence, Azadi Ki Amrit Mahotsav, the global engagement through India's G20 presidency highlights 3 Ds: development, democracy, and diversity, demonstrating resilience in managing existential challenges that have emerged over the past years, and its advocacy for an innovative, invigorated, interconnected, and inclusive world economy can help coordinate and implement the national policies of G20 members for a robust and sustainable growth model for the world economy. Indeed, in a larger resonance, the G20 Corporation in Global South, where dialogue and diplomacy remains extremely pivotal when the scale of challenges is plugged by the strong headwinds on many factors, be it war in Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, food insecurity, energy crisis, and so forth. I would like to congratulate India for G20 presidency. This foundation is a hope to reform and rebuild the much needed momentum for a fairer world where everyone grows and develops by bridging divides and restoring trust. Trust means meaningful actions to advance climate actions, peace deals, technology, trade, and connectivity cooperation, leveraging stronger support to the issues of interest in the global south. As we look at India as an invigorating global economy, it has relatively positioned it well to weather the iterating external factors and waves on growth prospects. India's, as the 5th largest economy in the world, has become remarkably resilient to the post-pandemic situation, ranging from deploying surpluses for infrastructure development, inclusive development, and energy efficiency to the global action to mitigate terrorism. India is a developed economy, and its G20 presidency focuses on what can be achieved, such as structural reforms, infrastructure investments, reform of the global financial system, which are important from its perspective to push for poverty eradication and sustainable development besides trade and investment. The Global South would expect India to support through its G20 presidency to bring the life and provide better concessions to the shape
the agenda and outcomes of all discourses at the international level by collaborating on key global issues with a multiplier effect. The last 2 years have been marked by uncertainties that have instigated worldwide inconvergence between customer demands and existing production capacity. The accelerated adoption of unprecedented global collaboration has brought about a paradigm shift in increasing productivity through effectively mobilizing resources and creating value to drive long-term developments. Conversely, India's Union Budget 23-24 presented its vision for Amrit Kal, or the era of prosperity, envisioned by Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, emphasized the development for all sections of the society by increasing the competitiveness of the global economy through knowledge and technology transfers and the opportunity to capitalize on countries' natural endowments and competitive advantages. Support through G20 for the people of Afghanistan. Today's theme perfectly sets out an important agenda that pivots meaningful action when we see a deepening crisis of all fronts. India's steadfast support and enduring relationship with people of Afghanistan have progressively contributed to the acute humanitarian crisis. At present, Afghan people are in a dire situation with perennial challenges, be it food security, marginalization of women and girls' rights that includes ban on girls' education, restrictions imposed on to exclude women from the workforce, and etc. Adding to this woes is the severe winter climate, where hundreds of people are dying, an inescapable reality. It is heartening to note that India's relation with the Afghan people remains symbolic, and its response to the humanitarian crisis of the 50,000 metric tons of wheat aid supply, life-saving medicines, and other essential supplies have significantly reflected our multifaceted bonding centered on the people-to-people connection. It is this conviction and the spirit of India's ties with the people of Afghanistan under the umbrella of India's G20 presidency and its crucial responsibility. I urge G20s to support the concern of the people of Afghanistan, which will be uniquely impactful. Women empowerment, education, healthcare facility, and various skill development programs, if included in the G20 summit, will benefit the Afghan people. And the attention will not suffice to address the problem, but equally. Perhaps even more so, to find viable solutions to dominant issues. In this regard, India's increasing support through the G20 presidency would offer an opportunity for the people of Afghanistan to share their concerns and build resiliency for their sustenance. In the end, I would like to thank the distinguished dignitaries, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for this session. Taking this opportunity, I thank India for its profound support of this deep partnership with the people of Afghanistan. Thank you. May I request our representative from Bangladesh to offer just concluding remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator and Director of the prestigious Indian Institute of Management in Rohtak. It's always difficult to speak as the last speaker, and but let me try a bit. Most of the things are discussed already, but let me begin with our opening remarks. Excellencies, Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Justice and Chairman National Green Tribunal, esteemed guest speakers and delegates, talented students of very prestigious IIM in Rohtak. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. It's good evening now, actually. Salam, namaskar, Sat Sri Akal. First of all, let me express heartfelt thanks to the Director of IIM Rohtak for inviting Excellency Ambassador of Bangladesh to India. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it because of his official preoccupation. And he expressed his regrets and sent me to say a few words about Bangladesh-India relations. So I personally feel it a real privilege and honor to interact with this talented pool of audiences. And I consider this prestigious institute is the maker of future industry and business leaders. So it is really a great opportunity to learn for myself. Allow me to begin by extending deep appreciation and gratitude to the government and people of India for their wholehearted support to Bangladesh during our war of liberation. You know, under the leadership of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the people of our two nations fought together, shoulder to shoulder, and laid down their invaluable lives. So in recent years, India and Bangladesh are jointly celebrating some milestone events. You might be aware, we have celebrated our 50 years of independence last year, and 50 years of our golden jubilee of our diplomatic relations with India. So as our friends here is celebrating 75th years of their independence, we are also taking this opportunity to congratulate you all on your great Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. If we look at our today's world, things are not that encouraging. And it is really buka, the word that used here, I was not even aware of it, but it is really buka. It's volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Soon after the COVID-19, you see the Russia-Ukraine war and ongoing challenges like climate change and forced displacements throughout the world have made massive blows to the global economy. So countries in the region are also being affected and experiencing slower growth, faster inflation, steeper price increases in food and fuel, and severe disruption of trade and supply chains. You're all management students, you know how important is supply chains. So given this context of disconcerting geopolitical tensions and challenges, India took the presidency of G20. It is really a critical time to address each of these crises and recalibrate the ways and means to further deepen the engagements of the greater benefit of, bilaterally speaking, between our two countries, than between for the whole region and for the world as a whole. That is what we understand India itself is also eyeing for. And that is what the powerful message of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakum also would like to deliver. And international relations, you all know, neighborhood policy and relations are always very important for peace and development. Being the next door neighbors, Bangladesh and India are linked with common past, shared history, heritage, and traditions. Many neighbors have these commonalities, but we have some uniqueness which made our relations really special. I have answered one question, why stability is our very important commitment for this region. So that also say a lot about the specialty of our relations. And in my humble efforts of speaking, I would try to say why Bangladesh-India relations are really special. I would give you 2-3 examples only. I'll not take you much time. And finally, I would say a little perspective of Bangladesh on the G20 and Indian presidency. We know Bangladesh-India relation had begun in the battlefield of 1971. That's not true, actually, because we have a civilizational link with this great country. Today's Bangladesh has always been a part of this great civilizational power. The same dynasties and rulers
who once dominated this vast land, from Mauryas to Guptas, to Delhi Sultans, to Mughals, to the British Raj. They all had a same sort of say to the destiny of the people living in Bangladesh today. Ancestors of today's Bangladeshis contributed to the glory and grandeur of South Asian Peninsula that the world is appreciating today. So how they did it? They did it through their fine fabrics, cotton fabrics, muslin, terracotta, handicrafts, Buddhist seat of learnings, Takashila, this kind of place. And then shipbuilding industries in the coast of the Bay of Bengal, and with many other cultural and intellectual inputs. So therefore, for about 2 millennia and even more, Bangladesh and India, what we are calling today, we walked through in the same memory lane. Thus, the relation between today's Bangladesh and India is bound to be special. If we briefly look at 1971 again, the War of Liberation was started with the resistance of only 30,000 Bengali regular soldiers of the then army and more than 100,000 guerrillas who are of your age, mostly 15 to 25 years of age. I see there are lots of young students here. These are the time for going to the war. India extended moral and material support. About 10 million Bengali refugees took shelter in India. And thus India is linked with our souls. By fighting with us, by supporting us, by sheltering us, and also mobilizing international supports for our causes. And again, the spirit of 1971 is the guiding force of our bilateral relations. Whatever might be the geopolitical or geostrategic priorities or challenges. Bangabandhu had laid the foundation of our relations, and now his daughter, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, is leading the country and is steering the relations of our two nations. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji himself has underscored that Bangladesh-India relations is currently passing through a Sonali Adhyay, golden chapter, and has presently emerged as a role model for any neighborhood relations. I'm not talking, I had a plan to talk about the major areas of cooperation we had with India and Bangladesh, between India and Bangladesh, but I'll not talk about it. We have around 82 bilateral mechanisms, including trade, energy, connectivity, defense, and many others. So we don't like to discuss these things. It will not be worthy to talk anymore. I'm now talking Bangladesh's perspectives and to some extent you can say expectations in the G20 and India's presidency. So in recent times, we have seen India is attaching huge importance on neighborhood first policy. And we are confident that India would take the opportunity to use the G20 presidency in promoting the shared interests of South Asia. India can play a crucial role in shaping debates in issues that are increasingly becoming important for our region. Last month, we witnessed a commendable initiative of the government of India, where the leaders of the global South were invited. And they shared their views, expectations, and priorities before the G20 presidency at the Voice of the Global South Summit. You might be aware of it. This happened in 9th of last month, 9th January. We hope that those inputs would be duly fed into the G20 process when the summit will take place in September this year. Having said that, I would like to bring an example where
we believe the India G20 presidency can really contribute for the world in general and for the region in particular. That is in the areas of healthcare and health facilities. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the gaps of health infrastructure deficit in the world. There's no alternative of collective effort of the regional and global level in bringing the pandemic to an end. And G20 can be an effective platform to discuss universal, timely, and equitable access to, and also equitable distribution to all affordable essential health technologies, vaccines, and health products. In case of such global priority, no obstacles should be in place. And who else can do better? India itself, better known for pharmacy of the world. And as the current G20 president, can really do a big role in this regard. As a guest country of G20 and a country of South Asia, Bangladesh welcomes India's vision as the president of G20 to ensure inclusive South Asia under the theme, One Earth, One Family, and One Future. Let me stop here. Long live Bangladesh-India friendship and partnership. I thank you all. Jai Bangla, Jai Hind.
I'll request both our, Member of Parliament, sir, and Justice Goel to give the mementos to our guests from the three embassies, sir. Just take a picture. Thank you, everyone. I think we have a 10-minute break and then we come back for the last session. And I want to thank all the guests who have spoken, particularly our guest, our Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Satyapal Singh, Honorable Justice Adarsh Goel, Honorable Ambassador Navneet, who has joined from Switzerland from his busy schedule, our DCM from Tajikistan, our counselor from Afghanistan, and our beloved, young, beloved, wonderful speaker, our counselor, and from the Embassy of Bangladesh. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We are grateful.
G20 platform, one of several international platforms where big economies coordinate their interests. In politics, especially in international politics, there is a German term, Realpolitik. If we wanted to translate it, we would say in English like it is realistic, pragmatic politics of pursuing countries' own interests. Well, despite Realpolitik being the essence of G20, of this club, the global world economy or world order and countries' interests are becoming more and more intertwined and interrelated.
Reach one of the top 5 and for this I believe that the human capital is the greatest resource that India has, which made it play that role. The human capital which helped into creating people, thinkers, innovators, doctors, engineers, of course, engineers, especially engineers, technicians, technology, and this role that India has played by focusing on the human capital is what we need.
Therefore, India's presidency is likely to center on an inclusive and equitable post-pandemic recovery with these experiments. And the G20 global leaders declaration reaffirms its commitment to the shared goal of inclusive growth, innovation, job creation, and sustainable development, as well as supporting the global economy's resilience and the recovery following COVID-19 and despite global supply chain disruptions. This provides an excellent foundation for advocating for collaboration among governments, the business sector, and other stakeholders to develop resilient and sustainable global value chains.
After visiting this beautiful country, India feels so much history and culture, witnessing the potential of the natural environment and the human capital. I felt that its most challenging while promising target of the G20 summit this year is sustainable development. There are so many dimensions where diversity and marginalization are so profound and in need of decisive and generous policies here, that the problem seems to the eyes of the observer like a cubic meter sized Rubik's Cube.
No nation can take on the presidency better than India because India can speak from first-hand experience. A summit that focuses on the role of sustainable energy and global peace and economic development finds the ideal home, the ideal representative in India. It is for this reason that I unequivocally believe that India will give this summit the best voice in covering all its topics.
من أجل المساعدة على تحقيق أهداف مجموعة ال20 فقد دعا رئيس الوزراء مودي بالإضافة إلى بنغلاديش ومصر وموريشيوس وهولندا ونيجيريا وعمان وسنغافورة وإسبانيا والإمارات العربية المتحدة كدول ضيفة، دعا التحالف الدولي للطاقة الشمسية والتحالف من أجل هياكل سياسية قادرة على التكيف مع الكوارث بالإضافة إلى مصرف التنمية الآسيوي. ستضيف هذه الدعوة بالتأكيد بعدا جديدا لمجموعة العشرين يساعدها على تحقيق أهدافها الطموحة والشاملة والحاسمة، وذلك نحو تحقيق شعارها أرض واحدة، عائلة واحدة، مستقبل واحد.
India can definitely bring its unique experiences and strengths to the table, such as its focus on sustainable agriculture and rural development, its commitment to renewable energy and efforts to tackle climate change, and its extensive network of microfinance institutions that support small and medium enterprises. Overall, India's active participation and leadership in the G20 can help drive the global efforts towards sustainable development and secure a better future for all. One can take lessons from a multi-ethnic and multilingual state that has been suffering from a severe crisis and poverty for a large segment of its population, yet managed to overcome these obstacles and join the G20 to take its share of the global economy.
Leaders. So, one Earth, one family, one future. It's much more than just a slogan. It has to be. It's a philosophy that's as ancient as it is holistic. Its wisdom speaks of harmony between ourselves, nature, and nations. However, the world is facing existential challenges.
Second thing is
The key challenges revolve around making sustainable software development cost-effective and resulting in products that are of high quality and that can effectively fulfill user needs. These challenges are far from trivial, but India as a nation is able to meet up to these challenges and lead the world into a greener and better future.
We should talk about India for any sports, for football, tennis, for rugby, for basketball, for volleyball. It's not the culture, but I'm sure there is great sports development possible for India. Maybe by the organization of world sports events, but maybe there is also ways just by teaching to young Indian people to practice sports, cricket and other ones, so that India can be seen and can develop economically, socially through sports.
G20 platform, one of several international platforms where big economies coordinate their interests. In politics, especially in international politics, there is a German term, Realpolitik. If we wanted to translate it, we would say in English like it is realistic, pragmatic politics of pursuing countries' own interests. Well, despite Realpolitik being the essence of G20, of this club, the global world economy or world order and countries' interests are becoming more and more intertwined and interrelated.
And I'm working now for an Indian country, and it's the pure example of what is supposed to be the G20 summit heritage, because you will have a role in sustainable development, but also peaceful and economic development, and you be the spokesman for all the global South and its heritage, such as me. Okay, I'm a Canadian living in France, and my heritage now is to share as ambassador for Paris 2020, okay, the volunteer programs.
To reach one of the top 5 of the world. And for this, I believe that the human capital is the greatest resource that India has, which made it play that role. The human capital which helped into creating people, thinkers, innovators, doctors, engineers, of course, engineers, especially engineers, technicians, technology. And this role that India has played by focusing on the human capital is what we need to sustain today.
Like I said, I'm teaching sports economics, and seeing the involvement of India in sports management also shows their commitment. Sports is one of the most global industries. I think this kind of commitment to issue economic goals, sustainable goals, development, and also work for the world peace, which is so much needed in our time.
Therefore, India's presidency is likely to center on an inclusive and equitable post-pandemic recovery with these experiments. And the G20 global leaders declaration reaffirms its commitment to the shared goal of inclusive growth, innovation, job creation, and sustainable development, as well as supporting the global economy's resilience and the recovery following COVID-19 and despite global supply chain disruptions. This provides an excellent foundation for advocating for collaboration among governments, the business sector, and other stakeholders to develop resilient and sustainable global value chains.
After visiting this beautiful country, India feels so much history and culture, witnessing the potential of the natural environment and the human capital. I felt that its most challenging while promising target of the G20 summit this year is sustainable development. There are so many dimensions where diversity and marginalization are so profound and in need of decisive and generous policies here, that the problem seems to the eyes of the observer like a cubic meter sized Rubik's Cube.
No nation can take on the presidency better than India because India can speak from first-hand experience. A summit that focuses on the role of sustainable energy and global peace and economic development finds the ideal home, the ideal representative in India. It is for this reason that I unequivocally believe that India will give this summit the best voice in covering all its topics.
من أجل المساعدة على تحقيق أهداف مجموعة ال20 فقد دعا رئيس الوزراء مودي بالإضافة إلى بنغلاديش ومصر وموريشيوس وهولندا ونيجيريا وعمان وسنغافورة وإسبانيا والإمارات العربية المتحدة كدول ضيفة. دعا التحالف الدولي للطاقة الشمسية والتحالف من أجل هياكل سياسية قادرة على التكيف مع الكوارث بالإضافة إلى مصرف التنمية الآسيوي. ستضيف هذه الدعوة بالتأكيد بعداً جديداً لمجموعة ال20 يساعدها على تحقيق أهدافها الطموحة والشاملة والحاسمة، وذلك نحو تحقيق شعارها أرض واحدة، عائلة واحدة، مستقبل واحد.
India can definitely bring its unique experiences and strengths to the table, such as its focus on sustainable agriculture and rural development, its commitment to renewable energy and efforts to tackle climate change, and its extensive network of microfinance institutions that support small and medium enterprises. Overall, India's active participation and leadership in the G20 can help drive the global efforts of sustainable development and secure a better future for all. One can take lessons from a multi-ethnic and multilingual state that has been suffering from a severe crisis and poverty for a large segment of its population, yet managed to overcome these obstacles and join the G20 to take its share of the global economy.
leaders. So, one earth, one family, one future. It's much more than just a slogan. It has to be. It's a philosophy that's as ancient as it is holistic. Its wisdom speaks of harmony between ourselves, nature, and nations. However, the world is facing existential challenges.
Hello.
talk है. I'll have to put down the phone. अभी phone नहीं ले पाऊँ. Hello.
The key challenges revolve around making sustainable software development cost-effective and resulting in products that are of high quality and that can effectively fulfill user needs. These challenges are far from trivial, but India as a nation is able to meet up to these challenges and lead the world into a greener and better future.
We should talk about India for any sports, for football, tennis, for rugby, for basketball, for volleyball. It's not the culture, but I'm sure there is great sports development possible for India. Maybe by the organization of world sports events, but maybe there is also a way just by teaching young Indian people to practice sports, cricket and other ones, so that India can be seen and can develop economically, socially through sports.
Everyone, please sit down for the second panel discussion.
Well, I'm going to request all the students to come in, please, immediately in next 30 seconds and settle down. And I'm going to request the faculty to bring all the delegates back on the table. Please. Pandey ji, get there. Our next panel is on sustainable development and sustainability. And who would be a better person to start the session than Shri Atul Karwal, who is the Director General of National Disaster Response Force. Shri Atul Karwal has served as Superintendent of Police, DCP Baroda, Vadodara as they call it, Surat, Ahmedabad city. He's also served in the CRPF as IG CRPF Srinagar. He has been deemed the best officer trainee during his basic training in National Police Academy. He has been awarded Kathan Seva Padak for his duties in Srinagar and Parakram Padak for his operations in Kashmir. Shri Atul Karwal, bio is what was presented to me, but more than that, I have seen him as the director of National Police Academy in Hyderabad, and now as the Director General of National Disaster Response Force. It has been a great privilege to know him and learn from him. Meticulous individual that he is, it is under his leadership that India sent, I believe, 2 companies to Turkey to assist Turkey in its time of need. You know, a disaster has taken place in Turkey and Syria. Thousands of people have perished. I request everybody, before we request Sri Atul Karwal to start his talk, that let us, if nothing else, observe silence for a minute for all those people who have lost their lives, their loved ones in the recent earthquake. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Karwal, I know that you had joined earlier. I hope that you were able to listen to what we were talking about, your proficient leadership of National Disaster Response Force and India's role in tackling global issues as an outcome of either natural calamities or man-made calamities, and how we can lead sustainable initiatives, and India's presidency of G20, how it can use that position to create a more sustainable, eco-friendly, and more disaster-free or disaster-managed, well-managed world. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Can you hear me? I wish you all a very good evening. I would like to thank IIM Rohtak, the organizers, for inviting me to address all of you. I'm sorry I could not come in person, but as he just mentioned, we have teams which are deployed in Turkey. And the good news I can share with you is that just a few hours back, in a joint operation, they could rescue a 6-year-old girl alive from the rubble after so many days of the earthquake. I'd like to start with the theme of India's G20 presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. This has been part of our culture, and I'm happy that it would get more well known through the G20 presidency. As we all know, sustainability is the key to a better future. We all rely on natural resources for business, survival, all our activities. The UN has defined it, which I'm sure all of you know, as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. As we have been born and brought up in India, we see it as one of the least wasteful economies. Maybe the scarcity of resources has given us that mindset of using everything in a very, very mindful manner. And this has been so acknowledged by many stakeholders for our cooperation and efforts to promote climate change mitigation, environmental sustainability, especially so after India emerged as a key player in shaping the Paris Agreement, along with adopting energy efficiency measures. It is a part of our philosophy and values. For example, the yogic principle of aparigraha, which is a virtue of being non-attached to materialistic possessions, keeping only what is necessary at a certain stage of life. Yoga and Ayurveda are perhaps the most well-known Indian ways of holistic living. Things which have absolutely no value maybe in developed cultures, such as old newspapers and books, utensils, can be easily sold off to a scrap dealer in India to be reused, recycled. People still bathe with buckets. We still dry our clothes mostly in the sun. and most of us still wash the dishes with our hands. And these are widespread sustainable practices. And culturally, we are also very averse to wasting food. In the Greendex International Report on Sustainable Living, which had compared these practices across 18 countries, including India and many of the other developed countries, we came out tops based on the practices that we have for housing, transport, food, and goods. We are also leading the world in a manner in transitioning to a low carbon economy. India has been ranked among top 5 countries in the world and the best among the G20 countries based on its climate change performance. We have achieved our commitment to non-fossil fuel capacity addition made in the nationally determined contributions ahead of the target year 2030 and also updated our targets. Currently, fossil fuels account for about 59% of India's installed energy capacity, but are expected to be only 31% by 2030. We stand 4th globally in renewable energy installed capacity, 4th in wind power capacity, and 4th in solar power capacity. India's installed renewable sources energy capacity has increased. I must share with you, they are astounding figures. It has gone up by 400% in the last 8 years and stands at about 160 gigawatts now, which is about 40% of the total energy capacity of the country as of 31st March last year. The installed solar energy capacity has gone up by 19 times in the last 8 years, and the installed renewable energy capacity, including large hydro, has increased by 110%. Consequently, we are now an energy surplus, a power surplus nation. We have established an integrated national grid, strengthened the distribution network, emerged as a significant renewable energy player, and achieved universal household electrification. The other initiatives which we have taken up in collaboration with France, a solar power development project, and One Sun, One World, One Grid project with the United Kingdom. By the year 2070, India has its target of achieving the target of net zero. Consequences of climate change are hazardous and experienced in diverse ways, including the frequency, duration, and severity of natural disasters. I think all of us are personally experiencing the way the weather is becoming more unpredictable. The seasons are seeing a shift. The disaster seasons, as we in our force have named them, they seem to be longer. The disasters hitting us are of a greater severity, greater force. And what has happened very tragically in Turkey and Syria is a case in point. So the natural equilibrium of nature that we are maybe disturbing with overconsumption, overutilization, mindless consumption, if I can call it that, is shifting the balance. And before it finds a new equilibrium, a new balance, we may have to see a lot of such calamities happening. And that is a wake-up call for all of us. Greenhouse emission gases, primary reason for climate change, are at the highest levels in 2 million years. I would just like to take you back to something which Mahatma Gandhi had said. I'm sure you know his quote. He had said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." So to this August audience, where I heard that students also are part of it, of the IIM Rohtak, I'd like to remind them of the new initiative taken by the Honorable Prime Minister of India called LIFE, which stands for Lifestyle for Environment. So LIFE initiative calls upon all of us, individuals, communities, to drive and build it as an international mass movement towards mindful and deliberate utilization, instead of mindless and destructive consumption, for living a life that is in tune with the earth and does not harm it. Under this initiative, there are a number of ways all of us as individuals can alter our behavior and purchasing patterns to benefit the globe. I'll just spend a couple of minutes on it. I found it very enlightening about small things that we can do. For example, the Honorable PM said, if you keep your air conditioner at 24 degrees rather than at 22 degrees, you save a lot of energy and you warm up the environment less. If you don't use single-use plastic in your own personal consumption, you are going for reusable, recyclable plastic. So these small little things that we can change in the way we consume, the way we live our lives can be a force multiplier and can start a mass movement. So for the transportation, for example, single ownership cars are a major source of pollution and carbon emissions. Plus they disincentivize the development of sustainable walkable neighborhoods and cities. We can commit to going car-free or consider becoming a one-car family, public transport, biking, walking, car sharing, all this can be thought of. Regarding food, the Environmental Working Group's database shows that meat production and shipping creates a significantly bigger carbon footprint than that of vegetables, fruits, and legumes. Consider taking part in Meatless Mondays or going full-on vegetarian or even vegan. There's a good film on Netflix, The Game Changers. Some of the youngsters might like to see it, which propagates veganism as one of the healthiest ways of living, which the Roman gladiators used to use because they had to be so fit and strong. Their lives depended on that, and they used to be vegan. Rather than processed foods, we can turn to fresh local produce. Similarly, in housing, walkable neighborhoods are more sustainable than large suburban dwellings. Maybe the policymakers here can look at how the future town development can take place. You might want to change your light fixtures, appliances, energy sources to make them more efficient. All of this gives you food for thought that aside from the policy that I might drive in my position or influence, what can I do in my own personal capacity to ensure that I do my bit for keeping this planet, our only home, safe and sustainable for future generations. We have a long and challenging way to go in dealing with environmental problems and living in sustainable communities together. We need to realize that development is more than economic, and sustainable development is a collective responsibility. India has taken a lead, as have many other countries, in various different dimensions and paradigms, and it will be great to use it as a platform to learn from each other and go forward without reinventing the wheel. So as a global family and village, we should come together to learn, and good lessons can be drawn and implemented from both ancient wisdom, which I'm sure many old cultures still have and still propagate, and scientific facts. Thank you very much. I would just like to say that there's a huge tragedy which is happening in one part of the world. Our hearts go out to them. We express solidarity with those nations, and we are determined to do whatever we can to help them get out of this and recover as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words. We would like to introduce the other panelists today. So the next panelist is Shri Upendra Tripathi, the founder and former Director General of International Solar Alliance. Sir has served as a secretary to the Government of India and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy as well. We're honored to have you, sir.
The next panelist, yes, sir.
My co-panelists and friends. I love to speak extempore, but then today I made some points, but I find those points have been well covered by many people. So I would like to, not to repeat, but I'd love to start with some anecdotal stories, but today I'll tell you two real lifetime things. It was 2014, and I was the Vice Minister in India, we call it Secretary, in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Month of May 2014, there is a message from the Prime Minister's office that he would like to meet the secretary, which was me. And I go in, he put a question saying that we want 100,000 megawatt of solar, and something we had never had. I was also a month old, and PM was also new. And then I said, yes, it is not very difficult. We have 200,000 square kilometers of deserts in Rajasthan. We have 3 million hectares of wasteland, so it's not difficult. I come back and tell my Joint Secretary that, look, PM asked like this, and I told like this. Is it okay? He said, sir, it's absolutely not okay. a month before that, the ministry had sent a report that the current target of India was 20 gigawatt by 2022. That is 8 years after. And from 20 gigawatt to 100 gigawatt in the same time span, the ministry had reported that we have no land, no money, no demand. And well, the rest is history, how we, how actually the balancing act was done. But coming back to the anecdote, the Honorable Prime Minister had told that to be number one in anything, in India, he has a dream that should be number one. He had a theory of called, in fact, he wanted us to make a presentation on the renewable energy future, what India can do with all this. So I prepared some 50 slides, 50, because the secretary would like to tell the Prime Minister that how the things in the country is going to change. And if one of you ever become a secretary, you will have the same opportunity to talk to the Prime Minister. But then 2 days before, there was a message that the Prime Minister would love the principle 7 by 7 by 7. Now, what it meant, I had to reduce 50 slides to 7 slides. No slide will have more than 7 sentences, and no sentence will have more than 7 words. I'm sorry, I think 7 words. Now, the balancing act of reducing 50 slides to 7 slides with 7 and 7 was tough. But then, it actually gave you the command over the subject to talk to the Prime Minister. And number 2, very often he would say that there is a principle called 85 is to 10 is to 5. In maths, 85 ratio 10 is ratio 5. But 85% of us, and it applies to actors, it applies to institutions, it applies to individuals. 85% of us performers, we just perform, we do the routine thing, and we're happy about that. 10% would like to change that thing, they reform, they bring in slight changes. And 5% transform things. Now, PM would like any of the secretaries to be in that 5%. He would like India to be in that 5%. So balancing the globe means India, or to that matter, any country, has to be in that 5%. You have to transform things at a global scale and be a party to that of change. Be the agent of change that you want to see. And now there are 3 things I would cover. There is no doubt about India's contribution to wisdom. In fact, when Vivekananda stood up in Chicago and addressed everybody, my brothers and sisters, the whole Congress stood up because they didn't know. Everybody said, a fellow addressing the entire world as brothers and sisters. It is not only about that the whole world is one family. It is not that the whole world has only one future. The earth is an only ship and we are in danger. But someone the other day was telling me that in the world, there are 7,170 languages. And he was doing research to find out in how many languages they call the subject geography as Bhugol. Bhu in Sanskrit means the earth, Gol means round. So the research that gentleman was doing is to find out how and when this word originated, Bhugol. And the fellow who started this word in Sanskrit, did he actually have an idea that the world is round? We took so long, deep into the future. Now, if this gentleman, I have told him, in fact, to tell me back, is it true that in 7,170 languages, there's only one language which translates geography as Bhugol? But these are all ancient wisdom, the contribution that goes to the world. But look at the position of India. If you look at today, the per capita consumption of coal of an Indian, which is equal to something that was in USA some 200 years back. And that is what Mr. Piyush Goyal, who was my minister in renewable energy, keeps on telling. And if you look at a country of India's size, he was going to be number 1 in population a little later. The per capita consumption of energy has been fairly low. It is 1/3 of the global average. And India's dream is to jack it up, at least 3 times to bring it to the level of global average. And look at our climate history. We meaning the entire world, has put 1 trillion tons of carbon in last 300 years. India had hardly any role. And yet, look at India, how they're rebalancing the climate history of the world by way of putting actors, by way of creating institutions, and by way of giving ideas. We talked about the International Solar Alliance, and I'm very happy to, thank Haryana for having given that place for the headquarters. In fact, they're given 150 acres of land for National Institute of Solar Energy, and that is where ISA was put. But that's not only thing. Haryana gave 100 million rupees to institute an award in the name of Kalpana Chawla, the Indian astronaut of Indian origin who unfortunately expired. So this award, the interest amount from that corpus goes to the scientists from all the, to one of the scientists from the ISA member countries. So Haryana has taken a lead. But the point was, India founded International Solar Alliance and CDRI, the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, to promote not only climate awareness, but to bring actors together so that we rebalance. We take away all those 1 trillion tons of carbon. We keep it the global mean temperature below 1.5 or 2.5, or whatever is possible. But the collective effort, that community of countries, community of nations, India is a lead country, which even now, when we say that collective organizations are not very useful, India has taken the step along with France and other member countries to put International Solar Alliance, who have brought in solar to a great extent. They have mainstreamed. In 2014, the cost of solar unit, solar energy, was in Indian currency, it was 14 rupees per kilowatt hour. Today, it is around 2 rupees. And we're trying to combine the heat and the light in the sun and the wind power and storage to bring the cost further down. It means indirectly, we're actually rebalancing the world history. And I'm not going back to Bhugal, but there is a Veda called Rig Veda, a book, some 5,000 years old, they say. And this Veda has given one chapter dedicated to earth. And a few lines from there, one line says, "Oh, Mother Earth, let me not take anything from you more than what I actually need." And it says, "Let my fingers not hurt you." Look at the thought process. 5,000 years back, somebody saying, "Oh, Mother Earth, let me not take more than what I need from you, and let my fingers not hurt you." This is the type of, it is not merely lead me to, from darkness to light. It is about the relationship, the symbiotic relationship that India had with nature. And that type of translation that we are, finding in the creation of many things. India's giving commitment to be net zero by 2070 or 500 gigawatt by 2030, reducing 1 billion tons of carbon, or to that matter, to bring the carbon efficiency to 45%, and the reduction of carbon intensity, and 375 million of poor people India has lifted up. That itself is a balancing act, globally speaking. And look at the SDGs, or even the Honorable Prime Minister the other day led something called E20, which is quite new to India. But it's a good move towards actually preserving nature, which we need. And if we go beyond that, in fact, my predecessor, he talked about life. And lifestyle for environment is a very radical thought process. it also indirectly implies that although we met 27 times in the COP, we are nowhere near achieving anything. Except the Montreal Protocol, where world could collaborate and achieve something. In front of keeping the global mean temperature below 1.5, we have failed. 2 degrees, maybe. And that is where, things are moving like, Mahatma Gandhi, who weaponized nonviolence. Life is talking about now things must move to the not only collective, but also individual levels. Individually, what we can do, that is going to be critical. And I'm sure that India is going to do a great deal of rebalancing act through this individual action in the climate front. You take the total, the carbon budget, 40 gigawatt divided by the people, and whatever it comes, each individual in different ways, either by of reducing consumption or intermittent fasting, as it's mentioned, we can always achieve things like that. And it's also important to see that how sustainability is not limited to energy alone. And this is a very critical point. Energy is responsible today for 73% of our global warming gases. But then India works in the area of agriculture. This budget, we are talking about using organic fertilizer, we are talking about promoting organic farming, and it talks about waste, it talks about dairy, it talks about forests. So it is not India's rebalancing act or the climatic rebalancing act is not limited to energy alone. It is not only renewable energy that we are promoting or hydro we are promoting or wind and solar and things, but we are also working in other areas. The dairy sector, the agriculture sector, the forest sector, the waste sector, the industry sector. We're talking about green steel, and a lot of things, green cement. So if you look at the scope of India's rebalancing act, it is quite vast and it is quite comprehensive and it is quite focused to the extent that we will meet net zero. And as the Director General of IRENA told the other day, maybe much before 2070. With this, I thank Rohtak IIM, of which I have heard a lot, once again for having brought all of us together and more as we progress. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. The next panelist is Mr. Tahir Gora, Canadian broadcaster, editor, publisher, translator, and writer. Mr. Tahir Aslam Gora is a Canadian broadcaster. He is the founder of the Canadian Think Tankers Forum. Mr. Gora has contributed to literature with the Urdu translation of Irshad Manji's book, The Trouble with Islam Today. Mr. Gora is also the recipient of the Golden Diamond Jubilee Medal for his services in Canada. So we'll be honored, sir, to hear.
Thank you very much, Professor Dheeraj Sharma ji, Professor Pandey, IIM Rohtak team, all students, dignitaries, panelists. I remember I participated in one of IIM Rohtak conference almost a year ago. It was on jihadism, extremism, and terrorism. And my notion at the time was different. And I stated very clearly that unfortunately, all those terrorism-related issues are linked with finance, linked with business of their own nature. This time, I brought another different perspective, again from Canada. So India's G20 presidency for 2023 is not just India's leadership role at world stage. It is also a matter of establishing the voice of Global South at world stage. India is appearing as a bridge between the developing and developed worlds through its sustainability model. We are going through an era of massive imbalance in terms of having every nation to have her narrative properly in place, because narrative fronts are still under control by powerful and rich nations. On one hand, Prime Minister Narendra Modi wants to make India a developed nation, and on the other hand, major international media outlets trying to assert their propaganda against India and PM Modi's government. But global manufacturers are looking towards India for rebalancing the world. India's economy has demonstrated resilience despite a challenging external environment, says the World Bank in its latest India Development Update. The report finds that while the deteriorating external environment will weigh on India's growth prosperity, the economy is relatively well positioned to global spillovers compared to most other emerging markets. The report also notes that both levers of macroeconomic policy, fiscal and monetary, have played a role in managing the challenge that have emerged over the past year. So India's sustainability model through all walks of life is a role model for the rest of the world. The world could learn from India to rebalance its positioning. However, the rebalancing by global south precisely not possible without rebalancing on the narrative fronts. With all those glooming numbers and India's great role at the world stage, India needs to step up in investing and developing its own international media, social media platforms, and think tanks. That is my main crux on this issue today and tomorrow's presentation. As we know, Brits asserted their narrative in modern world through BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation. France did it through France 24. Germany through Deutsche Welle. Americans through the Voice of America, CNN, Washington Post, the New York Times, etc. Now the Arab world is on its path to asserting its narrative through Al Jazeera. Even Turkey achieved it a little bit through TRT. China and Russia failed due to lack of their international presentation through international media outlets. There is a dire need for Indian government and business corporations to build their own international media houses and develop their own think tanks at world stage. India needs its own kind of BBC to counter colonial mindset of British Broadcasting Corporation. India needs its own Al Jazeera to counter propaganda against our Bharat civilization. India needs its own New York Times and CNN to counter false allegations against our heritage. The theme of India's G20 presidency, One Earth, One Family, One Future, is an indication of India's invigorating role, not just in economy, but also in vision, but also its vision to tackle global climate changes and to develop a peaceful and a shareable world for all humanity. So Bharat should step up in building its own international media houses and develop its own think tanks This should be India's major goal through India's presidency of G20. This can also help Global South to have its voice through India. And India's sustainability model can help rebalance the world truly when India would rebalance the narrative front. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We also have Mr. Jesper Hogarth, who is the CEO of Diletto Lifestyle and Hospitality Private Limited. Sir recently also became the CEO of Maldivian Air Taxi, which became the largest seaplane operations in the world. Sir mentions that with wellness being not only a thing for humans, but also for the whole planet and everything on it, sustainability becomes a focal point for his business. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. We would like you to address the gathering as well.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here today because although I primarily deal with sustainability in hospitality businesses, I think it's a very, very important subject. And I'm very happy to see all these future leaders of India moving forward, sitting here in the back panel. My only disappointment is all these black suits and ties and all that. And we are sitting here in an air-conditioned room, which is spending too much energy. We should sit out on the lawn. It's a beautiful weather today. Another thing that has vitalized me today is the previous panel was talking about the global economy and India's role in the global economy. But the funny thing is, I think more than 50% of the time was actually spent on sustainability, sustainable development of the economy. And I hope that the $10 trillion economy, which is a new target, will also have a sustainable development of the $10 trillion in the future. It should not just be measured in dollars and cents. It should also be measured in how we make sure that all development is sustainable. Because what is sustainability? It's basically a matter of using the resources in a sustainable manner. It should either be replenishable or we should not exhaust the resources we are doing. We all know about oil, how we actually don't have any more oil reserves. There are a few years left in oil. So what shall we do after that? So this is a very sad fact. But there are many other resources, and we are talking a lot about pollution, emissions, which are bad for the planet. But it's not only that. It was mentioned before that there are many other things that we are using. I mean, it's not a new thing. I'm sure you all know the story of Fatehpur Sikri, which in the 16th century built a magnificent city between here and Agra. And after only a few decades, they ran out of water. So they had not done their planning properly. So I come back to the thing, what is it that makes us just use our resources and then, oops, we are running out of oil, we are running out of water, we are running out of air. It is the mindset, which was also touched upon in the previous session. Mindset is very, very important. We need to understand, and it needs to be a basic understanding, especially of this new generation that are coming up that will lead the Indian economy in the future. We need to think every time we use a resource, how much is left of it? Can we not use it? Can we find an alternative? Is there any way we can get out of this, or we can use something else? We were just discussing about solar panel, how they are built today. And same with the electric cars, batteries, etc. We know that it's a better solution than burning oil, but it's not the right solution yet because, again, we have limited resources to build batteries for electric cars. We have limited resources in some of the ingredients that go into solar panel. So we need to find alternative solutions. This is where India has a unique position. There's a gene in Indians that is jugaad. We find new ways. I say we because I'm 50% Indian. My wife is Indian and I've lived here for 25 years. So the jugaad is, don't do like everybody else did. Now, we say, and we know, and however is measured, that the United States have sort of contributed 75% to the global situation we are in today with a lot of pollution. But that doesn't mean that we should do it the same way as the Americans, because you could say, well, we are in a developing world, so why should we not have the same privileges? I think we should. There's nobody in this world that shouldn't enjoy development, enjoy the luxuries of a modern life. There's no, I mean, I said in jest, we should sit on the lawn outside because the weather is really nice. But if we like to be in an air-conditioned room, we should be able to be in an air-conditioned room. But we should find a new way of making a nice climate inside here. We shouldn't use coal-fired power plants or diesel-fired or any other way of generating electricity. We should find a new way of doing it. So it's up to you, the new generation that doesn't have the bias of the old age. And by the way, forget about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is built on old knowledge. It's not built on future knowledge. And we should not be afraid of artificial intelligence. I think it's wonderful. We don't have to waste time on learning old things. We have to focus on finding new things, and that we can do on the basis of artificial intelligence, which can help us go through all the past history of development. We only have to think about the future, how to do things in a better way, a more sustainable way. So again, mindset change, don't be afraid of artificial intelligence, use it and get on from there. That's how we can do something about it. The other thing is, it's everybody's responsibility. We cannot say, oh, we are waiting for Sri Narendra Modi to come up with solutions for us. No, it's us. It's everybody's responsibility to come up with solutions. The individuals have to change mindset to think, okay, do I need to drink this water in the plastic, or wouldn't it have been better if there was a jug of clean tap water standing on the table and some glasses that could be washed and not plastic glasses? We need to start thinking that way. We have to start rejecting plastic bottles as water source. We have to think about the food that we are eating. Is it grown sustainably? Now, I'm a plant-based person. I don't eat anything that has to do with manufactured food. I don't eat, of course, meat of any form, because I believe that the food we are eating should, as according to Ayurveda principles, come within a day's travel from where you are, and not by fighter jet, but by walking. That's the right food. You eat the food that is in season, you eat the food that is according to the climate you are in, and you know it's healthy because no chemicals have been added, etc., etc. Now, next time you eat a chicken, before you eat the chicken from KFC or your local dabawala or whatever it is, do not have a look at how chickens are brought up. What is in that chicken, how many chemicals, how many antibiotics, etc., etc. and then enjoy your chicken if you can. So we have to start thinking differently, and we have to take action. It was mentioned about the LIFE program that the Indian government has started. I read through the list the other day. It's quite interesting. It's simple little things. It's nothing life-changing. Now, I printed out some of my thoughts for today. As you can see, the backside is blank. And it is in that list of the 75 things you can do as your person, print on both sides of the paper. Simple little things, but I can save a lot of energy and natural resources by just doing that. Simple little things. And there's, so many things. You can eat millet instead of rice because it requires much less water. And it may not taste very interesting the first time you eat it, but you'll get used to it. And it's quite healthy compared to polished rice. So we have to get on with it. It doesn't have to be perfect from day one. Let's take the government's aim of electrifying all transportation in the future. We have electric cars today, and yes, they're not efficient. Yes, they're expensive. Yes, we don't have charging stations. Yes, they have limited range, and the range decreases day by day. But we have to start somewhere. It cannot be perfect from day one. And we have to accept that, but we have to get on with the journey. So, same thing we heard in the previous presentation about how the Indian railways have been electrified in 1/10 of the time that it would normally take to do it. India can do it. We have shown it, and we are showing it, and the future will also be there. So I'm very confident that businesses have to focus on more things than just the bottom line in rupees and dollars and whatever measure they are. SEBI has introduced that the 100 biggest companies that are listed have to also have a sustainability report, including in their annual report. I think it should be for all companies in India, because that's only then you start thinking, what am I doing? Is my business sustainable? It's fine, you make lots of money, great, but you also, if you make money on the basis of the future generations, that you are using all the resources that are left for you to get rich now, and your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, they have nothing. Is that fair? It's not fair. We have to share, and we have to make sure there's something for the future generations as well. So that's sustainability. Government's role is not, and government's responsibility is not to tell us how to do a future sustainability. Yes, if you want a totalitarian regime, government will tell you everything. But totalitarian regimes don't work, especially in India with intelligent people that are not used to being told what to do. So government is there to help. Government is there to guide. Government is there to facilitate. But it's the people, it's the businesses that have to go ahead with the development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now let me introduce the moderator of this session. The moderator for this session is Professor S.K. Pandey, Dean Research and Executive Education. I request you, sir, to take the floor ahead.
Thank you. I think the best class is when the faculty shouldn't be speaking at all. So the best thing is the speakers have really spoken well, and I think we have covered, if you start from the first speaker who was the DG. In fact, action speaks louder than words. So they are already doing what we are supposed to do as a leader in the G20. When one of the nations or two of the nations faced an emergency, our NDRF team immediately flew within 24 hours, and we are trying to provide as much help as possible. So the fact is that we cannot say that the world is one unless we start acting. Whenever anybody is having any kind of a problem, if we start approaching them as friends and a friend in need. I saw the Turkish ambassador's response in their language. They said a friend in need is a friend indeed. So I also think that presidency is a leadership role. Unfortunately, for a long time, we looked at West to provide leadership. And the kind of leadership that they provided was that I'll have all the nuclear weapons and I'll keep making them. Please don't make. You shouldn't be making it. It's not good for the world. Or else I'll keep consuming the way I do. In fact, I will increase my energy consumption, but you should plant more trees and I will trade carbon. So the fact is that they did not provide the kind of leadership the world was looking at them. And it was kind of not so great for them to not do what they actually wanted others to do. So I also noted down one thing. One of the speakers said, quoted Gandhiji saying that be the change you want to be. So if we want to really do or bring any change through the G20 presidency, it can only happen if we first be the change and then ask others or help others rather, or cooperate with others and coordinate with others to show that they can also do the same thing. So therefore, in that sense, I'm really proud to say that we are trying to do a whole lot of things. India has taken very stern targets in both G20 reducing the emissions and all. We have talked about 30% and then by 0% carbon neutral economy. And we are trying to achieve those targets in a very sincere and serious manner. So with this, I think I'll leave the floor open. Let's have a few questions before we can wind up the day. Any questions from the audience, please? Yes, please.
Good evening, sir, and esteemed speakers on the panel. My question is, how can G20 nations help the underdeveloped and developing countries in adopting sustainable growth, as sustainable products and development costs are comparatively higher than the traditional methods? Thank you.
No, because so he's talking about cost. If I understand your question, you're saying that the sustainable products are a lot more costlier than the non-sustainable ones. So why would a consumer, say, for example, prefer a chicken which is organically grown if it is costlier in KFC? Why would I not like to have a chicken which is cheaper?
See, it is again a consumer question. How much do you want to pay for things? Now, I travel Indigo frequently. Sometimes my wife comes along and she says, oh, we don't get anything here. We don't even get a cookie. I mean, we almost have to pay for water. There's no space in the seats and all that. As I tell her, listen, we get what we pay for. And the same with the chicken. You get a cheap chicken, which is definitely not healthy for you. We have to think differently. Who says that we should be able to eat strawberries in the midst of summer in the south of India? It doesn't make sense. We also have to change the way we live, not necessarily to the negative, but we have to make intelligent choices of what we want. Then organic food will also become. I have a small farm where I grow organically. I've owned that farm for 14 years. We grow coffee, cardamom, pepper. We haven't used a single ounce of chemical fertilizer. We use cows, and we use cow's manure for manuring, but also as pest control. And it works wonders. And it's much cheaper than using chemical fertilizers. But we also have to be smarter, especially in the area of farming. And we have a lot of new technology which can be used. Recently, I saw a farmer in Bihar. He's using drones to supervise his crop so that he knows exactly how much fertilizer to use, where he has sickness, so he can get to it before it spoils the entire crop. So technology, intelligence, jugaad, that will solve a lot of these problems.
if I can also add another point, I gave the example of solar energy, which was in 2014, 14 rupees per, unit.
Now it is 2
And
rupees, you
today it's
said.
around 2 rupees. So it's technology driven, it's demand driven, and how much R&D we put into it. So that is true of even organic chicken, true of in organic mushroom. So once the consumption goes up, the demand goes up, the prices will automatically come down.
So if I may add, as sir said, it also depends on our mindset as consumers. So the demand will only go up when I start changing my behavior to start going for more sustainable consumption. Then the products will start automatically becoming cheaper because there's a lot of demand. And then automatically there'll be a lot of supply, and hopefully there will be cheaper prices, as is demonstrated in solar energy. So it all comes down or boils down to the mindset of people. If we can change our consumption patterns and behaviors, then marketeers will start acting accordingly, and hopefully we will have cheaper products. Next question, please.
Good evening, respected dignitaries. So my question is, what would be the approach of the G20 nation towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals?
I think this discussion we've had today in the previous panel and today, and I'm sure also tomorrow, will bring up sustainability. So the fact that everybody is starting to think about it. See, we've heard all these scary stories about the world will end in 2032 because we run out of energy, the sun will be blocked out, etc. Now, instead of scary stories, it's all fine. It's sort of a starting point. We have to start thinking, how are we going to make the world more sustainable? If India, actually not if India, but when India becomes a leader in sustainable development, the rest of the world will sit up and listen. If India, again, when India becomes not the 5th largest economy, but the 1st or the 2nd largest economy based on sustainable development, the whole world will sit up and listen. So this is India's job, is to lead the way.
So in terms of strategy for G20 countries, I would say, first of all, we have to look who are members of G20 club. Most are the rich countries. And as I live in Canada and I see in the United States, which is our neighbor, is a great country, but unfortunately, there is so much waste when it comes to food, when it comes to garbage. I mean, the amount of food, what we waste in North America, precisely in United States and in Canada, I mean, the amount of food we waste there could feed most poor nations, unfortunately. So the strategy in terms of understanding sustainability among G20 countries is to change the mindset, what we talked earlier in previous session. And that mindset could be learned from India, for sure. Because India, what we talked previously, Indian wisdom is very important for G20 countries. So G20 countries mostly are rich nations. Their mindset so far we have observed, we have seen is not caring about all those wastage, all those issues. So the smart strategy is to change the mindset, what India has adopted for 1,000 years.
Particularly, I'll give that example of COVID. I think put together, the world spent around $1 trillion and still spending. But if global warming takes place, the way the sea will change, the atmosphere will change, the monsoon pattern will change, we will get many types of COVID, similar things. So we have to realize that the man-made changes that we're going to put or we're putting into nature it may really cause a lot of crisis, for which at that moment we will spend a lot more money than what we are hesitating to spend now. Take the example of $100 billion, to be given to the developing and the LDCs and island countries to have mitigation and adaptation measures. The money is not flowing that much. And this is very critical, to have sustainability. You need two things, and that is what India has been telling in all public fora. One, A, you need finance, and B, you need technology. And unfortunately or fortunately, these are all, put into pockets. Most of the capital that we are talking about is not available to the developing or the LDCs or the small island countries. And they're the ones who are suffering the most. I once met the Fijian Prime Minister who told that, look, for you, global warming is a matter of webinars, seminars, workshops like this. For us, it's a matter of life. Every morning we get up, we see the sunrise, and we also see our island having sunk 1 inch more. So, and hence, two critical things. And, if we it's very important that what we remember after G20, after 1 year is gone, India's presidency is over, if we can create a World Climate Bank or something which exclusively, focuses on finance, because without finance, we cannot have sustainability. And second thing is technology. Technology, we need not only solar panels, where you need more technologies, you need technologies everywhere. You need more technologies into the things you don't see today. We didn't see the COVID virus, we didn't see the 5G waves, spectrum, and all that. So there has been changes, and we need a globalized climate bank, which is as financially wealthy as World Bank, but exclusively, has new and innovative mechanisms to fund projects that these countries need. And also a sort of World Technology Bank. And I'll be too happy to see one with Aisha in Haryana, a World Solar Bank. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe we can take one last question. One last question. Maybe the lady there. I think she has raised twice or thrice in the center.
Yeah, very good evening to all the panelists. My question to you all is, when we talk about sustainability, there are various innovations that are coming into picture nowadays, and there are certain innovations to eradicate, just like Sir talked about, plastic bottles. When we are, there are kulhad cups. In Hindi, we call it kulhad. It is a cup made up of, mud or sand, and it is baked over a period of time. So something like that. And further, when we talk about more innovations, the most common one is electrical vehicles. So in such innovations, after various research, it is known that these kulhards are not biodegradable easily. And when we talk about electric vehicles, there are various batteries that are incorporated and which are made up of rare metals. So my question is G20, looking forward or maybe finding a solution to decompose these batteries? Because in the longer run, when the usage of EVs will increase, the time is not
so
far.
Okay, if I may summarize, the question is the new sustainable solution that we are saying, is it really sustainable, or is it a little lesser harmful than the previous whatever solutions we have?
I think it's a very interesting question, because we are doing a lot of things that may or may not be the right solution. When we started with nuclear power plants, we still don't know how to get rid of the spent rods. We bury them deep underground in concrete structures, stable structures, until we figure out how to get rid of it and how to make it less dangerous. Same thing with spent batteries. We don't really know how to get rid of it. So there are a lot of things here. What we are doing now is we are on the way to do something, because we don't have any option right now. We can't make the world come to a standstill because we can't use fossil fuels right now. We need to find a way to recycle batteries. Now, it's, as I mentioned earlier, I don't believe it's G20 or the government's job to facilitate solutions, to come up with solutions. The government will facilitate, the government will support, and hopefully also finance some of these developments. But it's you guys out there that have to come up with the solutions. You have to think hard. Don't expect mom and dad or Narendra Modi to come with solutions to you. You come with solutions to them, and then they will help you come up with it. But please hurry, because it really is a big problem with waste. E-waste, we are sort of tackling it, but not really tackling it. Same thing with batteries, nuclear spent rods, etc., etc. So please work hard.
If I can just add the example you gave about the earthen cups, right? Cooler or something. Look, compare that with the plastic, or compare that with some chemicals. You know, the chemicals find their way back in the food chain. They reach back to you. And plastic takes 500 years for biodegradation and prevents water from seeping in. Whereas the cooler, although yes, it is not biodegradable in the sense, but it's not harmful. It doesn't find way back in the food chain. So I think we are in the time we need everything, you know, which is technologically entirely different, which are sustainable, also which are less harmful. Both we need. And until we get a 100% sustainable product, I think something which is less harmful is equally welcome.
Thank you.
So I think with this, we will not take any more questions. If I were to summarize, I would say that we as a panel probably converged onto a lot of individual responsibility into what can be sustainable and how our choices affect the Mother Earth and sustainable world. So it is ultimately boils down to our individual decision making on various products, services, and in fact, our lifestyle. So before I end, I would like to end with what Indian wisdom used to say, although it is extremely difficult nowadays and people hardly follow. But if you remember, there were 4 ashrams that were talked about in our ancient texts. So if you slice the life into 4 equal parts, the first part was brahmacharya, where again, it was no material happiness. You were supposed to be under a strict regime to learn and study as a student, as a pupil in most often outside the main cities. Okay. Then was grihast, when you come back, get married. And that was the time where you earn your livelihood, you earn money, and you spend on material things. But then the third phase again was to go back to Vanpastra, which means go back to forest, leave everything. Can you leave everything and go back? And then it was the fourth was sannyas, where you even leave your better halves and others. So you came alone in this life and you learn to live on minimal things, so that it is not a question of first generating a problem and then trying to find its solution, which is whether good or not so good. The best thing is to live a life where we don't create the problem itself. So therefore, it is extremely difficult nowadays. We probably hardly ever try to go back or try to do living on minimalistic things. But things like COVID has also taught us that a lot of things which we thought were so crucial to our living, we can really live without it. So on that note, I think we would like to end our panel. And thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, dear panelists. We are very grateful for you for joining us today and having such fruitful discussions. I now request Professor S.K. Pandey to felicitate and honor our panelists with a memento. Once again, I would like to extend a very warm gratitude note to everyone who took out their valuable time to join us today. Thank you so much, respected panelists, all delegates, professors and students, and all the coordinators who ensured that this event happens at its best. Thank you so much for being there today. And with that, we mark the end of the first day of our summit. Thank you so much. I would now request everyone to kindly move and have dinner at the hotel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Gora sir, आइए photo खिंचवा लें. Real pleasure. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you very much. We will be staying in touch. Professor Pandey, we must stay in touch. We must bring them to our actual campus. Let's have dinner. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. आपको देख लेगा आप